Дякуємо за авто підписникам Mercado медіа. В цей час воно нам дуже необхідне.
Дякуємо глядачам каналу Mercado Media за збір на цю автівку. Слава ЗСУ!
Слава Україні! Я головний сержант 2-ї саперної інженерної роти 33-го окремого інженерного батальйону. Хочу висловити подяку Mercado та його підписникам за таку чудову машину. Ця машина нас приведе ближче до перемоги. Победа за нами, слава Україні!
Hi guys, today I want to appreciate the Mercado media, all the friends and subscribers, and the Navy community for this wonderful pickup truck. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Всім привіт! Я Вадим, позивний режисер, 42-га окрема механізована бригада. Ми зараз ведемо бої на Харківщині. Дякую Mercado Media і всім підписникам його каналу за придбаний автомобіль. Він дозволить нам ефективно і успішно виконувати бойові завдання на Харківщині. Я сподіваюся, що цей автомобіль дозволить швидше здобути нашу перемогу. Слава Україні!
I want to give a big thank you to Mercado Media and Johnny FD, two close friends who have helped me create this fundraiser between ourselves to help raise funds for what is needed essentially on the front line. I also want to give a big thank you to both Mercado Media and Johnny FD's followers for helping us achieve this goal of funding the first car for our fundraiser. The car is going to be put to good use on the front lines in aiding us with helping to carry out our mission and also helping us to clear Ukraine of the invader. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Mercado Media, Johnny FD, Kostak Gundi, and all your subscribers for the generous donation of this van. It will help us with our logistics in the International Legion.
Dear friends of NAFO, my name is Pete, hasta la vista, from Project Constantine. This beautiful beast was donated to the brigade that we're friendly with in the forest, 67 Brigade. 69th Infantry Brigade donating to 67. It's pretty cool. I keep bumping into this vehicle in the forest. We never have time. We never have time to actually make any videos or get inside your vehicle and do any missions with it because we're like passing ships in the night here. But Mercado Media, Andrew, you NAFO supporters, it's beautiful to see this grand vehicle that you've got for this brigade because it's a reliable vehicle and I've never seen it anywhere other than in the forest. I've never seen it in the garage. And yes to that, and all Ukrainians must live. Bakhmut is Ukraine. This forest is Ukraine. And Mercado Media and NAFO, you guys are here supporting us, man, and we freaking love you to pieces. Thank you for what you're doing for the soldiers of Ukraine. God bless you. To victory. Do peremoje.
How are we doing, everybody? Check into the stream. Happy freaking Monday. Happy Monday. It is Member Monday. Member Monday's back on the channel for the first hour of the stream. So if you're like behind the member wall, don't worry. I'll open it up in an hour or so. But welcome back, you guys. Welcome back to the news coverage. A lot happened during the weekend, but I've been lost in the world of NBA 2K26. I've been lost in it. And I'm still not done. We're still not done. We got a lot of grinding to do, but there's a lot of news happening and we need to go into it all. But welcome, members. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. As you guys know, today is freaking Monday Night Football. You guys already know we got the Vikings playing the Bears tonight. But I got fantasy, or we get that fantasy football, but I have softball tonight. So I'm going to be out playing softball. We're going to have the game up on the backstop, and then we're going to watch it that way. And so that's what we're going to have to do. So, because I can't miss my softball game. I can't screw over my teammates and go watch the game. So we're going to have the game up while we play tonight. So we got that to look forward to, and then probably game when I get back home. So my gaming audience, y'all are over here anyways. My whole gaming stream is on this channel too. So you guys are in the right spot regardless. Couple notes: we finished our drone fundraiser. We didn't make our goals individually, but the overall major goal with Discourse has completed. So they're closing it out. So we contributed what we could, and I thank you to everybody that did. We raised almost enough for one FPV drone, but I mean, I've just got to be real with you. I mean, our channel and platform is not built for Ukraine fundraising. I don't know how, well, hey, shout out to you guys. Hey, for the past 3 years though, for the past 3 years, if you guys are new to the channel, we got to shout out my long-term community members because they've raised over $500,000, almost $600,000 when it comes to supporting Ukraine. And I know that's not as much as others and other major YouTube channels and whatnot that's covered Ukraine and has been supporting them. But, you know, my channel has never been, it was Ukraine-centric for the past 3 years. But even then, I was fighting with my own algorithm, okay, the whole time, losing subs every day for 3 years straight. And still, like, if I don't stream, I lose subs. But I'm talking like I'd go live and like streamer count or sub count went down. I'd rarely grow when it came to Ukraine reporting, except for when other things would happen, and I'd grow, and then I'd use that opportunity to bring them into what's happening within Ukraine. But my platforms were never designed for geopolitics or international reporting. However, we did it anyways, because I do whatever the hell I want, when I want, okay? You guys didn't know, that's why I'm playing NBA 2K to the demise of my gaming audience who like watching other games, but I'm doing that anyways. That's what I did with Ukraine, because I cared about it, and, well, I do care about it still. But, you know, that was, especially when other conflicts popped up and it was more popular to cover the Middle East. And I'm sticking with what we had, okay, which was Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and it continues. But, you know, it was just like loyalty to the story, I guess. Like, still, I mean, whenever things happen and major things happen within Ukraine, I'll tell you guys. And we'll have a stream about it, but and the daily updates are gone now, and you guys know that they've been gone for a while because United States is under a fascist dictatorship. Okay, and I warned that prior to the election. I was screaming it out loud all 2024, definitely all 2024, the whole year. I mean, I was going to political rallies and all types of shit just to get the word out. They're trying to, because I'm not connected to any. I have my opinions. I have my opinions, and I have who I feel is a better candidate or choices, but I have no direction or funding from any political party. None. Zero. We were going out to all the political rallies, trying to follow them around. We're following Tim Walz around Minnesota and other places, and again, almost went to Wisconsin for a Harris rally, but we didn't make it. But we were all over the place trying to warn people, yo, hey, listen, Trump taking power is going to screw over like more than just liberals because it triggers, because right wing and left wing and like they're the opposite, so therefore triggered. It wasn't that. That's how right wing politics work. Okay, no, it was like, hey, he's going to activate the military. Your benefits are going to be taken away. Ukraine is going to be left in the dust, like literally, and they are. It is. It's true. So, and I was like, yo, please, hey, listen. Trump is not good. I take it from someone that voted for him the first time, and take it from someone that is engaged in right-wing politics their whole life, until obviously since I've had a platform, which makes me, which honestly, I know it makes me seem like I'm only like left-wing, I guess. Boy, I'm telling you, I was the polar opposite in every single way lead up until like 2019ish, late 2019, when I was like, whoa, yeah. Hey, now. It's weird. Actually, no, I was the shootings, the mass shootings are just insane, and they still are insane. But I was like, oh, hey, take it from someone that engaged in this shit and knows how it works. This is bad. Hey, this is really bad. And, you know, it was actually met with a lot of pushback with the Ukraine support community, and like I'm like losing my mind over it, but not anymore, because like I said, we've I kind of gone back to what our purpose was, which is covering American domestic news, and now we're growing like crazy. Okay, I feel like I'm kind of like, anyway, I've had my own mental stuff going on, and I posted about it today. Thank you to everybody that saw that. But I'm finally like, oh man, my people are like people I can talk to, and like, you know, I'm not getting fucking, it drove me crazy for 3 years in a row. Like people that were literally working against Ukraine's best interest every day, but they'd say that they were like Ukraine supporters, but literally would be like retweeting Republicans. And I'm like, man, this is a losing battle, like politically. And the Ukraine was winning on the front lines. but the political battle is lost. Okay, that shit is so dead, and it's from a lot of the fact was from the very people that were supporting the thing, because they couldn't handle the facts about Donald Trump and MAGA and right-wing politics taking over America, because they're a little conservative and they're still stuck in the, well, it's just two contrasting opinions. No, it's not. It is, but it's way more than that. It's not just about opinion. It's not just about I feel differently than you. No, it's like you feel differently because you watch media that tells you how to feel differently about things. And that's it. You take away the right-wing media and the right-wing world from these people, and like people, they'll become normal. It's literally just being entrenched into the world of like conservative politics all the time that make you that way, that make you come out like an idiot. Okay. And I don't know how else to explain it, because that's the only political shit that I ever knew growing up was right-wing conservative politics. And like, there is nothing to hold on to in that anymore. Or if there even was, I don't know if there even was. Maybe there was a long time ago. There is nothing, especially with, in theory, Donald Trump going against the very foundation of what conservative politics would be, at least what I was taught: self-preservation, power of the states over the federal government, traditional family values, all that. That's cringe. That shit's cringe. That shit's cringe. But like all that, even if you take that at its face value, Donald Trump is against that too. Okay, he's against every pillar of like conservatism on every single level, using the federal government as like his personal, like, I have beef with this, or I don't like this politician, so I'm gonna like raid their house. I'm gonna send the FBI. I don't even like Bolton. John Bolton sucks. Dude's terrible. But like he's opposed to Trump, which I'll give him that. And he was honest, but beyond that, he sucks. But they had the FBI raid his house just a couple days ago because Donald Trump doesn't like him, because he went on some news program and was talking about how bad Trump is because he served in his government the first term. But the postings we're seeing coming out of this administration, though, and the social media and the memes or whatever. Oh boy, what's going on there? My bad. There we go. And the memes are like the meme diplomacy. I don't get it. Well, I do, because they're fascists. But I mean, he posted this over the weekend. I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War. Trump did not write that. Chicago about to find out. Trump would never say that. So someone else wrote that. I don't know. I don't know if you like took their post or what. Chipocalypse now, with a stupid AI generated photo of himself in the apocalypse now aesthetic, with the helicopters and shit that we don't even use anymore flying next to Chicago. So, and I told you all this, didn't I? I think I don't think any common person with common sense predicted this, but I was on stream months ago when we were covering what was happening in Los Angeles, and I said, yo, this is not the end. He's going to do this in like every major city that isn't right wing, or any like left wing city or whatever, liberal cities. He's going to be sending the guard into them, and that's what he's doing. At least that's what he's been trying to do. Okay, he had him in LA, wants him in DC. The fight, he wants to send him to Chicago right now. We're kind of like waiting for that. He's got the feds in there today. Doing immigration crackdowns. And that is what's going on. Trump administration says it's begun immigration sweeps. I don't have my New York Times subscription. In Chicago, advocates for immigrants said they saw several arrests on Sunday, but were uncertain of the scale of federal action. The Trump administration said on Monday that it begun a crackdown on illegal immigration in Chicago. The local officials and advocates for immigrants around the city said they had seen only a handful of arrests so far. There was also major protests over the weekend. And also, I am ready to go. You know, when the guard is activated and they go in to Chicago, we're going to be going and covering the protests. I wasn't there this weekend because I'm waiting for the National Guard to get activated, if and when it does, seeming like it's going to. I don't know. It seems like Trump is like 50-50 on it still, where he full sent it into LA in DC, which has been the most expensive taxpayer cleanup operation for the National Guard. What a sad day that the National Guard was used for Donald Trump's fascist area beautification of Washington, D.C. Of all the things the National Guard could be used for. And you use it for cleanup detail in the Capitol. That sucks. The Department of Homeland Security issued a news release announcing the operation, which is called Operation Midway Blitz. That's what Chicago's under. We got Operation Midway Blitz going on. You know, it's wild. No new wars, but I guess Trump can send the military on American cities itself, and that's fine. And then they try to make some argument like, oh, is the military only used for foreign wars? Yes. Yep. Yeah, the military ain't supposed to be used on your own citizens, you dumb, stupid person. Yeah. Yeah, it should be used to protect our shipping lanes, should be used to protect our allies that are fighting Russia and other countries that are actually invading others. Yeah, that's where the military should be used. Not in our own soil, except for when we have like major weather situations and devastation, and then you got the Guard that go and help with the sandbags, or they literally like physically help people out of in dangerous situations in the floodwaters or whatever. We've seen constantly over time. Like we've all seen the National Guard working with disasters, so that's like, we know that that's what they do, and that's perfect. Or community engagement too, like the Guard or the military being active at like community events or like parades or something, or like they're honoring veterans, and like they got active soldiers show up to honor veterans, and like it's like, oh thanks for the service, energy, aura, thanks for serving, and it's like a bunch like that happens, and that's all perfect, that's fine. But using the military to enforce whatever Trump says on people and using it against civilians is not what's up. That's not good at all. And that's not how the military should be used. So if you ever hear someone say the military, this person thinks the military should be used in foreign wars. Yep. That's how that goes. We're not supposed to be Russia or China. No city is a safe haven for criminal illegal aliens, said Tricia McLaughlin, the Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Local officials and advocates for immigrants said that residents seemed to be bracing for arrests, but that a few had witnessed as of Monday morning. Okay, so at least as of today, while the operation has begun, obviously all eyes are on everything that's happening. So they're saying that it's not like a major influx of feds in the Guard yet. Okay, there's stuff happening. The operation is underway, but it's not a major situation at this time yet. To some degree, local officials said the action so far in Chicago looked like typical ICE arrests on any given day. So typical shit. People will just be against ICE in general, and that's fine. But using the ICE as like a tactic of the fascist administration is different, in my opinion. Like we're using the MRAPs and the Bearcats and the up armored vehicles to drive into cities on like a Tuesday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon after people got done with lunch, and then you see like the militarized police in your whatever you're doing on your lunch break, and you're like, what the that is what Trump is doing. So that's the issue. But ICE in general, though, like if there's like serious criminals out here that need to be deported because whatever, I'm fine with that. It's the massive sweeping immigrations and pulling people out of work. Like you got an immigrant who's working, and because they're undocumented, they get ripped out of their workplace because feelings. Like that's wrong. That's wrong. If they're a hardened criminal, actually, not some bullshit that the Trump administration lies about them and says, oh, this is an MS-13. No, not that at all. I'm talking legitimately. A legitimate criminal that needs to be arrested and put away. That shouldn't be loud, though. That shouldn't be a loud thing. The feds that do that should be quiet about it. Not quiet like as if they don't wear masks and like they try to be all secretive like they are now. I'm talking like it doesn't need to be a loud forward facing issue. Like, oh, we're raiding these cities. No, like it should just kind of happen and be kind of like a footnote of like what happened in the city that day. Like it shouldn't be the feature thing of like what's happening within the city, because it isn't. But you got like 1 or 2 people getting arrested by the feds. Okay. But when you got like sweeping immigration enforcement with no point other than to exert authoritarianism, that's different. And that's how I see it differently. That's why like I'd probably have to get into a good faith debate with somebody further left than me as to why ICE should be abolished. Okay. And like if the ICE turns into, I mean, which it is, it already is like an arm of the fascist Trump administration. So I'd hear you out on that. But in general, though, I'm not opposed to like a federal agency deporting actual criminals. If they're immigrants and they're like actual criminals, like hardened criminals, I don't care about. I'm good. Bye. But using it in the way that the Trump administration is using it is not that. They're not using it in that sense. Mr. Gutierrez, after driving her children to school on Monday morning, said that the neighborhood had less traffic than usual, suggesting that people were staying home from work and school out of fear. They're targeting hardworking people in the community, she said. At this point, everybody is a target. Right? People at work, working, contributing to society, actually. Over the weekend, the White House posted an image on social media depicting Trump with helicopters, billowing flames in Chicago skyline, which you guys can see here. Also, they changed the Department of Defense to Department of War. If you missed that over the weekend, really quick. And also, the Secretary of Defense is called the Secretary, it's the U.S. War Department. Yeah. United States Department of War. I don't know why they haven't updated this yet. We're not the Department of Defense. It's not the Department of Defense anymore. Restoring the United States Department of War. Remember when MAGA and Trump voters were like, Trump is the anti-war president, and like leftists also were like low-key like in on that? Yeah, he is, isn't he? Yeah, Kamala would be doing the exact same thing type shit, right? That threw me for a loop when I had like hardened like far left anti-war motherfuckers like actually like consider Trump, and they were like actually considering it, like yeah, or supported it, or were like, yeah, Trump is the anti-war candidate, you know, this Biden genocide Joe over here. Yeah, genocide Joe over here. Trump will get in there and tell Israel to fuck off. Oh, okay, buddy. Okay, pal. Yeah, dude, what a cooked 2024 was so cooked, bro. Oh my God, people, they're still stupid, but that was so dumb. I couldn't believe the shit I was seeing. I couldn't believe how they got the like people on the far left to like at least atrophy. They at the very minimum, they got the far left to stop looking at the Republican Party to grill them on anti-war shit. And only focused on Biden, on anti-war shit. Where's the anti-war protesters now? All those China-funded fucking... Oh, never mind. You know, get going here soon. All those Chinese operations, Code Pink, and all those fucking losers. Where'd they go? What happened? What happened? No more. The war is gone. Wars are gone now. Trump took over. You got what you wanted. No new wars. Literally renames Department of Defense Department of War. No new wars. I got messages too from people that voted MAGA. They were like, I didn't know he was gonna do this, bro. What you mean? I had so many messages like that. I'm just like, I'm honestly taking it to ChatGPT because I'm gonna go off on them. So I'm like, ChatGPT, give me a heartfelt response to this person and don't hurt their feelings, because I personally can't. I gotta alley-oop. I gotta throw an alley-oop to ChatGPT now because I don't know how to deal with these people. Actually, maybe ChatGPT will help me. Maybe by just using that, I'll like become a better person, because I can't like. How can you say you had no idea that this was gonna happen when like Trump literally like wrote it in 4K, all bold letters, like, I am going to be an authoritarian fascist. And MAGA and Trump voters were like, he's just saying that he's just being hyperbolic. He's just saying that to trigger the libs. Or I don't know what they told themselves. He's just saying things that make liberals mad. And I like that. That's why I voted for him. You know, we need this is MAGA. We need multiple parties. And Paul said Kamala Harris ain't too bad. She ain't too good either. I'm not a fan of her, but yeah, we need more. Like, bro, shut up. You voted for a fascist. You don't talk about let's come together. Shut up. Okay. Only way we can come together is if you drop your cult and drop this, because it's bad. We're not like in the, ooh, is authoritarianism gonna happen? We're like in it. You know what I mean? That's why, like, where's Mercado been? We're in authoritarianism in America. We have like protections. We have state power, thankfully. I live in a blue state. But even then, Trump is literally sending the military into blue cities. And if you're like if you have like a Democratic governor, I guess. Right? You like, the military's coming. That's where we're at. So we're not like on our way there. We're like in it already. We're in like just the first stages of it becoming like Nazi Germany in America, which the Heritage Foundation and all of the right-wing influencers want that. If you watch any amount of right-wing content, which please, do that at your own peril. But if you do that, like we did with the Russian state media, not to like, oh, what are the Russian? Well, let's be fair and unbiased and see what. No, it was like, let's see what bullshit the Russians are pushing today. Be careful with that, because a lot of people, I've had even people that I'm close with that do that, and then they get thought trapped by it sometimes. Like, oh man, is this? No, like they're pushing a narrative. Okay, it's like shit needs to get better, but you got the right way. They're pushing narratives. They're like their storytelling. With the Ukrainian woman that was murdered yesterday, that one went around. We'll talk about that soon, and I'm sure all the trolls that I have hidden behind my Member Monday link are like waiting for that too. Oh, Mercado doesn't care about Ukraine. He didn't talk about the Ukrainian woman that was murdered. We'll get to that. Don't worry. But yeah, all that to be said, we are living in it. Changing this isn't just for the memes. Or like, I feel like we live in an internet world, so it's easy to kind of like, that's not really happening. I mean, it's happening, but it's not really affecting me. I get to live in my comfort, which, we have to, honestly, sometimes. I'm with that. I understand that. You got to take a break. You got to take a mental health break. But, you can't escape it though. Like, you're still in it at the end of the day, unless you like literally physically leave and change your citizenship, which if you want to. I'm with the fight. I ain't running. I ain't going nowhere. I'm going to be here until the end. Till the end of America, or what is going to happen here. Honestly, I'm scared it might happen in my lifetime. I think, and this wasn't going to happen until later, which is why I'm scared to have kids and shit. But like, it's probably going to happen in my lifetime. We're going to have to, see how strong America is, or we're going to become a dictatorship. And then Donald Trump and his administration will have Russians coming, and Saudis and the Chinese coming, and the government figures. It's fine. The people are fine. I'm talking about like the government and like their goals going to start coming in here under the guise of business. And then you're going to have those governments running our cities and shit. Because they don't care. Donald Trump and MAGA don't care. They just want to enrich themselves at the cost of whatever. They don't give a fuck. So I'm really worried that we're going to have to be like fighting for that, before the end of my lifetime. Especially since Republicans and MAGA Republicans have no interest in really being done with this. Like they're done with Trump. They're like over Trump, but let's not get it twisted. If you got like JD Vance or a younger version of Trump, oh boy, or like that has more riz, because Trump's losing his riz. He's old. He's got a neck pussy the size of an elephant. You know what I mean? Like, just looks like he's dying every day up there, actually. And even MAGA has to be feeling it, because that they call Joe Biden like nearly dead every single day for 4 years. So even they have to feel the irony of like what they said, and seeing Trump now, especially with like the little pill, like it's just fucked. He's fucked. So they're like, damn, this sucks. I didn't vote for this. I don't have my 2016 Trump. Oh, this is sad. But if they have a younger fascist, oh boy, they're in there. They ain't gonna change at all. It'll just be a younger, better looking fascist that can speak better, and they're in there. Ain't going nowhere. So don't let them tell you we just need better leadership. No, they just want better fascism. That's geared better to what they want with their biases. So unless they truly have fallen off, which I've seen a couple, I've had a few message that I can't support this. Well, then don't. Okay, then don't, and stop. That's the best thing you can do, because we're going down a road of no return. Actually, Ezra Klein put out a good one before we get into some more of the news, and I was watching this, and I'm like, yeah, we gotta watch this. We gotta watch this on stream. He goes, stop acting like this is normal, and also has some criticisms of the Democratic Party, which I definitely have too.
In about 3 weeks, the government's funding will run out.
Also, we should do that. We should do a poll on that. So the government avoided the shutdown earlier in the year when Chuck Schumer of the Democratic Party was like, I needed to be strong. This moment required strength. And which approved the big, beautiful bill and all this other nonsense that these old ass dinosaur Democrats that suck ass and need to leave or need to get primaried. Like, there's no way, bro. There's no way that Chuck Schumer is the best choice for senator in New York. There is no fucking way. Or wherever, or any of these other dinosaur ass Democrats that exist. They can't happen anymore. Like, I'm not with the far left Marxist communist politics, but even they're so irrelevant. But the politics need to be progressive at the very most. They can't be middle ground, centrist, Republican light. That is done, or that has to be done. You can't do anything. You can't govern under the guise of bipartisanship anymore. That shit is done. If there even ever was bipartisanship, maybe there is on like bills that are just so obvious, but even those are starting to get up for debate. There is no more. So you got to have a progressive at the very most. Okay, definitely someone that isn't looking to try to court Republicans to vote for him. That can't happen. That can never happen again. Or it's really cooked, because they are just waiting for a different Trump. They aren't trying to go back to normal. This is their normal now. This has been their normal for 10 years. Okay, what do you think? How do you think that's going to change? How do you think they're going to change how they are? Just by like, come to a Jesus moment? No. And come to a Jesus moment would have been January 6th, and that wasn't it. Didn't happen. Sorry. Didn't happen. They still like it. So it's got to be the Democrats need to go younger and more left. Not Marxist, socialist. Or social. I mean, some socialism is fine, to be honest. You make socialism with capitalism, oh boy, you got something. You're at a good start, honestly. If you have like good work conditions and protections for workers, and you get benefits, and then you can also run a business if you want, but then you gotta make sure your employees have all that too, though. And you can start a business, but you gotta take care of your workers. And then it's not good for people that are minded differently, that have a capitalism brain that just want to earn and fuck over everyone. And that will be bad for you. But in general, though, like, there's plenty of countries that have a mix of both, with some socialism when it comes to like the government and protections over your workers and your citizens, with capitalism. Pure ultra capitalism sucks. Actually, it does. Is it the best economic situation that we can muster? Maybe. It probably provides more personal freedom than others, but boy, is it actually suck ass too. Okay, with the billionaires and just we gotta, like, if you're not earning money in America, you're like cooked forever. Not forever, but like it's a long time. It takes a long time to pull yourself out of an economic slump, or if you're you're in debt. It's not quick. And then when you try to get yourself out of debt and you're like, you fixed it, but then you're in more debt and you owe more later. It sucks. That sucks. So there's got to be a way to have it so you get your personal freedoms. You got the opportunity to have a business and have your own thing going while living under a reasonable system that will take care of your family and make sure that you're getting paid properly and you're not getting screwed by your employer. Yeah, that's why unions are good. That's why I like unions. Anyways, I'm rambling a little bit because I also haven't seen you guys in a few days, so I'm rambling about a bunch of stuff. But all that to be said, Democrats need to meet the moment. Okay, they need to meet the moment, or I don't know what to tell y'all. I'm not going to take it easy on them. I don't even think I took it easy on Biden. I was like literally yelling at him on stream when he would like fuck up, like twice. I vividly remember twice in the debate, and then when he called Zelensky Putin at the NATO thing, I literally yelled at the stream about him. MAGA would never do that about Trump. They would never. If Trump did something, they would be like, just sit there quietly. I was literally like, what the fuck, Biden? I don't care. I have who I support, and it's got to be for me, it's going to be the Democratic Party. But like, boy, is it going to suck if you got like Chuck Schumer's going up there, dude. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do that. Like if you got a bunch of Chuck Schumers running for office, or Fettermans, I can't get behind that. I don't know. I'm going to be like a black sheep or something. I am never voting for a Republican again in my life. Never doing that again. However, on the other thing, like I don't like if the Democrats don't start acting more like they care, or put forth policies which need to be progressive now, or if they don't have candidates that are like trying to play like a Zoran, basically. If I'm not seeing Zorans out here, I'm not with it, honestly. Or at least someone that has the energy to fight against Republicans. Like maybe they don't need to be as progressive as Zoran, but are left enough to fight against the Republicans, or at least have an interest in it and aren't trying to like let's all pretend like Donald Trump isn't what just happened and bring it all together. Oh, fuck that. Nope. That's what Biden did, and that was so weak. That's what Biden did. Biden was like, they didn't even use the Department of Justice, actually. MAGA cries that he did, but he actually did not use it to prosecute Trump for his crimes. And for January 6th, none of that happened. They had the commission, which the right wing didn't even watch at all. They just said it was just a sham. We had the January 6th commission, some of the most low watch streams I've ever done. Just bullshit. Should have been held accountable to the highest before the Supreme Court gave him protections. Now he's protected, so now you can't do shit to him anyways. Trump will never be held accountable. Just get that through your heads too. Unless the Supreme Court drastically changes, which they're in there for life, so it's not. It's not. So the Supreme Court has Supreme Court protections now, so he won't actually have anything. But before that, Biden, it was weak on that. And instead of being, let's come together after these hard times, boom. I don't even think his voting base wanted that too, to be honest. I voted third party. I voted for Howie Hawkins. Before I found out the Green Party is pretty fucking fraud. They got some shit going on in that one. Can't support that anymore. Can't do that. Boy, I'm gonna vote third party. All the third party options are like they're actually more dog shit than the big two. So yeah, that's the last time I'll ever do that. But Biden, though, I was like, damn, could Biden do something? Can he, I think mid is better than fascism. However, mid brought us to fascism, though, too, at the same time. Right? I mean, you got to be real about it. Joe Biden's like mid was better than we got with Trump on every level. But boy, is that going to just bring us to Trump? They're just going to bring us right back into this because Biden will be mid. You'll have a mid Democrat, like a Chuck Schumer Democrat, that will be the most bipartisan, give every concession to conservatives, and guess what? They'll say his wife is like trans or something. They'll say his wife is really a man, and then they'll just they'll beat his other family members. They'll attack him with like a weapon or something, or Trump will send his support base at him, or we'll have the feds go and raid him. And then we'll just be back with a Republican again. So why not go progressive and do some politics that will actually impact people? And if like the right wing cries and copes and sees, then maybe good. Maybe that's what they need to do. Actually, because they do it anyways. They'll do it even if you have a centrist like Biden. But Biden is not far left at all, fucking progressive left lean. He's like center, maybe a little left. He is like the most centered person ever. And the Republicans were like, nah, you see how they treated it. You saw how they acted with him. Okay. So they don't want centrist. They don't want someone centrist. They want far right. They want right wing, Republican only. So the Democrats, they have nothing to lose by going progressive and actually doing politics that will actually help and will actually likely win, and it will actually bring more support to that candidate and also the politics, while also having wins too, because guess what? The Republicans will lie about him anyways. We're living in Marxism, socialism. Good. They said that when Biden was president. When Biden was president, we were living under Marxism. Okay. So so go progressive then. Who cares? Honestly. Anyways, Ezra Klein, who's smarter than me.
Democrats will face a choice. Join Republicans to fund a government that Trump is turning into a tool of authoritarian takeover and vengeance, or shut the government down. Democrats faced a version of this choice 6 months ago.
The chainsaw for bureaucracy.
We were in the full muzzle velocity stage of the presidency.
More mass firings in the U.S. government.
Froze federal funding on projects across the country.
He is taking retribution.
The law firms have to behave themselves.
Sweeping tariffs. But why Canada?
And Democrats at that moment seemed completely overwhelmed. And
well, they don't have power. The Republicans control the Supreme Court, the Senate, the House, and the presidency. Full sweep. 4-0. Stacked. There's literally nothing the Democrats can do except for not vote for things in the Senate. The Democrats have power a little bit in the Senate, because you need Democrats to pass bills in the Senate. Actually, you need the minority party, no matter what. You need them. You can't, like in the House, you can just like go party line, but in the Senate, you need to bring people over. And the Democrats had an opportunity at the start of the year to stop this. But like I said, Chuck Schumer and the bipartisan bullshit that he's on and other Democrats like him did not meet the moment at all.
Outmatched.
We will win. We will win.
Yeah, went out there and did that bullshit after voting for the bill. We will win. We will win. You know, Chuck Schumer will be fucking dead when we're all dealing with all of this bullshit Trump's doing. That's the facts. So Chuck Schumer doesn't care. He's looking on his last leg.
Hearing people say they lacked a message, but that's not what they lacked. What they lacked was power. They didn't have power. They didn't have the House or the Senate, but they did have one sliver of leverage. In order to fund the government, Senate Republicans needed Democratic votes.
Mm-hmm.
Not just 1 or 2 votes. They needed at least 7 Democrats.
And boy, then they got them. Because
to reach that magic 60-vote threshold in the Senate.
All eyes are on Democrats and what they'll do.
House Democrats wanted a
chat. Listen, Member Monday is great and all, but boy, I'm gonna open the chat soon. Chat is not chatting. I'm gonna release the trolls here soon. Then y'all will be chatting. I'll be seeing the chat fly here in about 15 minutes.
Shutdown.
Can't wait.
Now I can report that the Senate Democratic leader himself, Chuck Schumer, has told Democrats that he plans to vote yes.
And he encouraged.
Y'all just want to argue with the trolls. All right, fine, fuck it. Yeah. Y'all go. Members don't feel like chatting today. You're just listening. Sounds good, Diana. Here they are. Yeah, now y'all did it. Oh, they're back.
A crucial number of his colleagues to do the same. The bill passed.
I appreciate Senator Schumer, and I think he did the right thing.
To many Democrats, this seemed completely insane.
I think it is a huge slap in the face, and I think that there's a wide sense of betrayal.
This was Democrats' first real opportunity to fight back against Donald Trump, and what had they done? They'd folded immediately. What were they good for?
I'm afraid that it may be time for the Senate Democrats to pick new leadership as we move forward.
Agreed.
During this period, this early schism in Democratic strategy, I was talking to people on all sides of it. Hakeem Jeffrey's argument was that a shutdown creates a crisis. A crisis creates attention, and attention gives Democrats the chance to make their case to the American people. Schumer's argument was threefold. First, Trump was being stopped in the courts.
He's not, though, now. I would be on the side of Jeffries on that one. There is no Trump is winning in the court, and at the end of the day, he has the Supreme Court. So you're waiting for these. This is cooked. Waiting for Trump to take L's in the court is not going to happen.
Dozens of cases playing out against him, and he was losing again and again and again. Shut down the government, and you might eventually shut down the courts, freeing him from that constraint. Second, Doge was trying to gut the executive branch. When the government falls into a funding crisis, the executive gets more authority to decide where the money the government does have goes. In that chaos, Doge could go farther and faster. Third,
it has been.
The market was already quaking at the threat of Trump's tariffs.
Trump is calling it a period of transition. Many
remember the stock market literally tanked as soon as the tariffs were unveiled, and like we saw the effects of it like immediately, and it wasn't delayed or like, oh, this might happen by like 2020. No, it was like right away in the first 2 months of his term.
Investors perhaps seeing something more concerning.
If Democrats triggered a shutdown at that exact moment, at the moment Trump was creating an economic crisis, they would confuse who is to blame for all the turbulence. It's the first rule of politics. When your opponent is drowning, don't throw them a lifeline.
It was an act of strength, of courage, and I knew that most people wouldn't agree with me.
And to these three arguments, I thought there was a fourth. Democrats had not prepared for a shutdown. They had not explained to themselves or to the public why they would be shutting the government down or what they wanted to achieve. They had no strategy.
I bet you that Americans would support the shutdown now. They'd support it now. And if you got, oh boy, there's got to be, because you got the next shutdown vote coming up soon.
They had no message. They didn't have any clear demands. The one demand I did hear them discussing was that the spending bill needed more bipartisan negotiation.
Cringe.
It was just unbearably lame and off-key.
Cringe, lame, off-key, however you want to put it. Cringe. Bipartisanship is dead. Republicans vote for Republicans. They don't give a fuck. They don't care about anyone else. They don't. When they go to vote, they aren't thinking, how are these policies I'm voting for going to benefit the greater American society? They don't give a. How is these policies going to trigger the people I hate? That's what they vote for. That's what they vote for. That's how they vote.
And so if you had forced me to choose at that moment, I thought Schumer was probably right. It wasn't the time for a shutdown, in part because Democrats weren't prepared to win one. But that bill that passed back in March, funding the government, it runs out at the end of this month. And so now we're facing the question again. Should Senate Democrats partner with Senate Republicans to fund this government?
Let's ask the poll. Let's ask the chat. Let's ask the chat. Should Democrats join to fund Trump's government? Doing a poll.
And I don't see how they can. Not a single argument Schumer made then is valid now. First, Trump is not losing in the courts, not anymore.
This is the story that no one is talking about, and that's that the Trump administration is on a major winning streak right now at the Supreme Court.
On a recent episode, I asked the law professor Kate Shaw what powers the recent set of Supreme Court decisions seem to grant Trump that Barack Obama or Joe Biden just didn't think they had. Here's her answer.
I mean, I think refuse to spend money appropriated by Congress, remove heads of independent agencies protected by statute from summary firing, fire civil servants without cause, dismantle federal agencies. Also just the practices under the Constitution. They didn't think they had the power to use the power of the state to reward friends and punish enemies and engage in self-dealing and enrichment. That is a preliminary list, but I think it's a long one.
Those powers Democrats were afraid of Trump getting, he's got them. Second, the scale of Doge's assault on the government has shrunk. Trump and Elon Musk went through a very messy and very public breakup. But the real reason it didn't continue, I think, is that now it's Trump appointees running these agencies. They don't want their own agencies wrecked.
Yeah, it's all inside shit, mob mentality.
And either way, the Supreme Court has already given Trump vast power to reshape the federal workforce in the way he chooses. He doesn't need a shutdown to do it. Third, the markets have settled into whatever this new normal is, at least for now. Trump's tariffs are unpopular, but what damage they've done to him politically, they've already done, or they're only going to do over time, as price increases squeeze Americans. Democrats cannot stand back and hope the markets are going to do their work for them. But something else has changed too. We are no longer in the muzzle velocity stage of this presidency, where Donald Trump is trying things and seeing what sticks. We are in the authoritarian consolidation stage of this presidency. I want to be very clear about what I'm saying here. Donald Trump is corrupting the government. He's using it to hound his enemies, to line his pockets, and to entrench his own power. He is corrupting it the way the mafia would corrupt the industries it controlled. You could still, under mafia rule, get the trash picked up by cement. But the point of those
shows Soviet Russia
industries had become the preservation and expansion of the mafia's power and wealth. This is what Donald Trump is doing to the government. This is what Democrats cannot fund.
And it's going to be like a Russia-style government if Trump gets his way. Be modeled literally like the FSB with Kash Patel's FBI and the CIA. All being ran by Trump loyalists, and the government being like Putin, like Trump, like Putin.
This is what they have to try to stop.
And the billionaire tech oligarchs.
Just in the last few months, we've watched Trump fire the head of the Bureau.
I need to call into Professor Gertis. Why would I do that? What was he doing call-ins?
Labor statistics because he didn't like the jobs data. We watched him fire the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
After the agency suggested that the administration's strike on Iran only set their nuclear...
No, this is the anti-Trump channel. Cope and seethe, Patrick. Does it make you mad that there's a moderately successful anti-Trump channel? Like hardcore? Give a fuck Trump, dude.
Program back by a couple of months. We watched Trump muse about firing...
I hope I ruined your day by saying fuck Trump, which is unironically probably happened.
Jerome Powell, because he wanted interest rates lower. Powell, of course, being the chair of the Federal Reserve. And now we're watching him try to fire Lisa Cook, a Federal Reserve governor, for alleged mortgage fraud. We've watched Trump sick his government on Senator Adam Schiff and Attorney General Tish James of New York. Again, allegations of mortgage fraud. I'm going to note that this is not coming after the Trump administration conducted an exhaustive review of the mortgage documents of every person serving in the executive branch right now. This is just what authoritarian governments do. They have a lot of information, they look hard enough, and everyone has either done something wrong, or even if they haven't, you can cause them a lot of trouble by just saying they have. We've watched Trump suggest the FCC should pull the broadcast licenses for NBC and ABC.
Because they are so biased and untruthful, an actual threat to our democracy.
We watched the Trump administration force the resignation of a series of Republican prosecutors because they would not drop their case against New York Mayor Eric Adams.
Which he's a criminal. There you go. The Republicans only like Democrats that are actual criminals. Hey, maybe if I go and do some fraud, you trolls in the chat will like me. You got one good guy, Patrick. Who else? Who else we got? Common chatters. That just Hugh. There you go. I'll go commit some major fraud and scam people openly, and then you guys will love me. That's what I'll do.
Game over, Eric.
But I'm gonna scam and fraud MAGA though only. Is that fine? Can I do that? Can I like go and sell some made in my fucking bedroom t-shirts and say that they were like American quality, but they're like China stuff? Then I'll go and like sell t-shirts to them and shit. Well, and then like, will that be cool? And then I don't report those earnings to the IRS, and then I get like, and I get in trouble. And then will I be cool then? I can be a Republican then.
And the Trump administration seemed to have decided it'd be more convenient to have Adams in their pocket than defending himself in court.
The Trump administration is weighing potential job offers for Mayor Adams.
Oh, so there he is.
Became a critic of Trump's after serving in his first administration.
No, I don't think he's competent to be president. I think that his political instincts are all about Donald Trump.
A couple of weeks ago, Trump's FBI raided his house. Chris Christie, the former New Jersey governor, criticized Trump on TV.
Donald Trump sees himself as the person who gets to decide everything. He absolutely rejects the idea that there should be separation between criminal investigations and the politically elected leader of the United States.
When I listen to Chris speak his hate, I say, oh, what about the George Washington Bridge, you know? He blamed other people, but he knew all about it. So, no, I don't know. If they want to look at it, it's not for me. If they want to look at it, they can.
Trump has an enemies list, and he's using the power of the federal government to punish and harass his foes.
The federal government didn't do enough to Donald Trump. Donald Trump should be in a cell. Donald Trump should be in Gitmo with all of his tan just like leaked out of him. That's where Trump should be. He should be in a fucking hole.
In my opinion,
Trump should be in the same hole that we found Saddam Hussein in. That's where he should be.
They're really,
if we had an actual strong government, but we don't. You got a fascist one now, which can appear strong, but they're just weak anyways. But actual strong government that holds people accountable should have put this dude in a gulag. Didn't happen. Or like basically what we did to 9/11 terrorists at Abu Ghraib. That should have happened to Trump, and I would have been fine with it.
people, but he knew all about it. So no, I don't know. If they want to look at it, it's not for me. If they want to look at it, they can.
Trump has an enemies list, and he's using the power of the federal government to punish and harass his foes.
And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal.
We've watched the Trump family invest heavily in crypto, starting its own coins and companies.
Just fraud, committing open fraud, just scamming. They they got 3 crypto coins. Melania has one, Trump has one, their sons have one, which will just go backfill the funding for Palantir and all the AI surveillance technology that they're going to be using on us.
And then use their political power and fame to hoover in investment. We've watched over the past few years as the Saudi and the Qataris and the Emiratis have made huge investments, billions of dollars, in Trump family businesses and crypto.
Make the Saudi Arabians great again.
Coins. In March, Forbes estimated that Trump's worth had more.
I hope one of the 600,000 Chinese that are coming here is going to take Hugh's job, and then we don't see him in chat anymore. I hope so. Then we just see like Shayu in chat, and they'll probably be cooler though.
Doubled to more than $5 billion just over the past year. It pays to be.
I like all the MAGA voters. They'll be the first ones to, because they're, I mean, to Trump's credit, he did say he loves the uneducated. So the dumbest motherfuckers in America will all lose their jobs and everything to the foreigners that are coming. When you think about it, the people that are left leaning are smarter and probably have better jobs. So you're not going to lose it to, like, you know, an immigrant coming. The labor, non-educated MAGAs, y'all will be the first ones to lose your fucking jobs. What are you talking about? Just like y'all the first ones to everything that's going to happen. Y'all be the first ones. I'm be screwing y'all over. Just like the tariffs. Oh, I didn't know I was going to have to pay the tariff. I'm a Republican business owner because I like money, and the Democrats want to take all my money. But then now Trump took all my money. Both sides are bad. Trump made me pay a bunch of money in tariffs. I'm just trying to be a conservative business owner.
Be king, Forbes wrote. Pays to be king. We've watched Trump deploy the National Guard to Los Angeles.
Oh, we did. Y'all remember that?
And then to Washington, D.C., with more cities expected to come under federal military occupation soon.
Make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in.
We've watched masked ICE agents conducting raids all over the country, refusing to reveal their faces, badge numbers.
That was a crazy video. Where they were just like beating the window, get in there.
No, you can't!
We've watched Trump systematically purge the government of inspector generals, of JAGs, of military officers, of federal prosecutors, anyone who seems like they might stand in the way of his corruption. Or
you saw the protesters in Minneapolis literally shut down a whole police station. You really think they're worried? They're probably waiting. What are you even talking about? The Minneapolis protesters literally canceled a whole police station and had the other one shut down for months. Okay.
Or his accumulation or exercise of power.
And that police station is still in op. Done. Out of commission.
Of his corruption or his accumulation or exercise of power. It is an astonishing fact.
They burned it. Honestly, not enough. Like, it's still there. Like, the structure is still there. And it's all, like, intact still. So it's like an eyesore. But, you know, they did not burn it down, though, unfortunately. That would have been cool. A lot of things burned down, and I filmed all of it. But the police station burning would have been, like, sick. Like, the fire, like, flames coming out of the windows and shit. That would have been good content.
The January 6th rioters have been pardoned, and dozens of the Justice Department lawyers who prosecuted them have been fired. You often hear this line, "This is how authoritarianism happens." No, this is authoritarianism happening. Look at Donald Trump in his Oval Office festooned with gold, his masked agents roaming the streets. Listen to these cabinet meetings where his appointees compete to lavish him with a kind of praise that would have made Fidel Castro blush.
And there's only one thing I wish for.
When they went around the circle, is that Donald Trump gets the Peace Prize. Donald Trump, you're the greatest president ever. Nobody, so dear leader, we could not do any of this without you. You are the best, dear leader. Let me suck you off later so you can give my fund some extra money, please. Please, dear leader, fund my billionaire project and I'll blow you later. I don't know. This is embarrassing watching this. But it's like every day though. Every cabinet meeting's like this. Dear leader, we cannot do anything without you. We literally couldn't even walk today. Dear leader, Donald Trump, thank you so much. In Donald Trump's name, amen. Basically.
That noble committee finally gets its act together and realizes that you are the single finest candidate since this Nobel Award was ever talked about to receive that.
That's right. Amen. Amen.
Reward.
Mr. President, I invite you to see your big, beautiful face on a banner.
Yeah, come see your banner, Mr. President.
In front of the Department of Labor, because you are really the transformational president of...
Wait till that becomes more than a banner and they make statues and shit. And then it's like Russia, but with Trump.
American worker.
Tell me that is not.
That might be the first statue I ever engage in toppling, would be like a Donald Trump statue. Oh boy, that'd be so good. I don't even care, boy. I'll be political prisoner. I'm helping that shit. I'm helping the rope. I'm grabbing the rope and I'm pulling.
Authoritarianism looks and sounds like. And so the question is, what are Democrats going to do about it? What can they do about it? I think the case for a shutdown is this. A shutdown is an intentional event. It's an effort to turn the diffuse crisis of Trump's corrupting the government into an acute crisis that the media, that the public will pay attention to. Right now, Democrats have no power, so no one cares what they have to say. A shutdown would make people listen. But then Democrats would have to actually win the argument. They would need to have an argument. In my head, the argument is something like this. Donald Trump won the election.
Nothing's happened. All the things he's promised have been the exact opposite. Are you better off than you were 6 months ago? Hit him with that one. Are you better off than you were 7 months ago, 8 months ago? Do that stupid shit that they were doing, that Trump did. You better off than you were 4 years ago? Dumbass propaganda shit with his China stars on the screen right now. Ode to China right there. Remember that? How are you paying? How are your tariffs going, American businesses? Do you like paying that? Oh, all the military being used on citizens. You like that? That's cool, huh? You like all the Christian nationalist bullshit getting posted? Hey, you like your freedom of not having a religion? Do you like that? Well, they're talking about one nation under God all the time, every day now. They're really pushing the Christian nationalist shit.
Under crooked Joe Biden, Christians and Americans of faith are being persecuted like nothing this nation has ever seen before.
Persecuted like never before. And Christians are really going through it, y'all. They're really having a hard time out here.
Catholics in particular are being targeted, and evangelicals are surely on the watch list as well.
Watch list for who? Who's watching them? Who, honestly, like religion, I think in America is like dead because of Republicans and conservatives. Honestly, religious people, you could have had a W if you cut off your conservatives. Maybe you could bring in some people that are left leaning and like want a higher purpose, like, or not a higher purpose, like I don't know, something to keep them going. Maybe I do other things. You don't need religion for that, but maybe it could be a healthy tool for people that need like a direction, and like they could find that through religion, which is fine. But you can't do it when you got conservatives that exist in the religious space purely. You can't do it. It's impossible. It's not going to happen, especially when they're talking about using religion as a tool of the fascism. Oh boy. It's like you're going to see less people in church, less and less people in church. Actually, no, church numbers might go up, but not the people you want there. Not the people that you want in your church or your community going to those things.
Over the past 3 years, the Biden administration has sent SWAT teams to arrest pro-life activists. The FBI has been caught profiling devout Catholics as possible domestic terrorists.
By the way, Biden is Catholic, which is why this is so stupid. Biden is a devout Catholic.
And planning to send undercover spies into Catholic churches.
Sending undercover, this was posted 6 hours ago. Undercover spies into Catholic churches.
Just like in the old days of the Soviet Union. Catholics, you cannot vote for the Democrats. You cannot even think about voting for Biden. What they're doing to you is shocking. A new report from the House Judiciary Committee revealed that Crooked Joe's henchman at the FBI
isn't even looking at the camera. He's looking at his teleprompter. He's looking at the teleprompter. Because, like, this is just a bunch of literally just lies. Just lie. There's no truth in this at all. So you just got to read what it's saying. Read what the lies tell you.
Is shocking. A new report from the House Judiciary Committee revealed that Crooked Joe's
I'm a Catholic. I don't believe in God, though. Based.
Henchmen at the FBI
Average Catholic.
Used their power.
Me too. I was baptized.
And quote, singled out Americans who are pro-life, pro-family, and who support the biological basis for sex and gender distinctions.
What?
Potential domestic terrorists.
What? Oh, yuck. We're still on the mass shooter. Yeah. The mass shooter trans thing, which is not even relevant. And if anything, the shooter rejected being trans and like said that they only made themselves trans to fit in with the narrative that they were pushing. It was literally so gross. It still ruined me. Like the amount of, and like I have some self-awareness, but the self-awareness that sick, evil, like fuck, oh my God, bro. Still is gross. Like because we spent, I shouldn't have done that stream, but I shouldn't have done that stream. I wanted to know more though. And like, it was bothering me. So we had to invest. So it's one of those where it's like, we did it, but I regret it because that was levels of disgusting I've never thought I could read. Like, I've seen some bad things. I've gone through some shit. What that mass shooter wrote and was about and believed in was levels of yeah. We don't even need to speak. We don't even need to go back there. We don't want to speak it out loud, all right? Because that's how bad it is. You don't want to put that energy into the air of that's how bad it was. But these Donald Trump and others are making it about, they're trying to take that and target trans people again because Republicans are obsessed with trans people, like seriously. So they got to like fit that into their bigoted narrative
as potential domestic terrorists. They consider them to be domestic terrorists. Can you believe it? This horrific weaponization of federal law enforcement against Christians is totally un-American. It is also a violation of civil rights. As president, I will create a new federal task force on fighting anti-Christian bias. It will be led by a reformed Department of Justice, but it will involve many agencies and departments. Its purview will be to investigate all forms of illegal discrimination, harassment, and the persecution of Christians in America, as well as the use of taxpayer dollars to promote anti-Christian bigotry.
Republican Christians are like, we're victims too. We're victims too. Like all the Jews get all the support. We want it too. We're victims. That's how they act. Guys, we're victims.
Among other initiatives, the task force will review the past DOJ persecutions and prosecutions for evidence of anti-Christian prejudice, and it will also look at government agencies, universities, and major corporations that have adopted anti-Christian diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Under my leadership, never again will the federal government be used to target religious believers. Americans of faith are not a threat to our country. Americans of faith are the soul of our country. We will protect Christians and people of faiths. We will defend religion. We will
Except for Muslims.
defend our First Amendment, and we will restore the rule of law in America. Thank you very much.
Yep. It's three major religions, and one of them is not counted, and the other one is like propagandized, and one of them is a permanent victim. So it's great. We love religion. So good, so fun. We love that.
He is the legitimate president. His government should be funded so long as it is acting the way the government is supposed to, serving the people, being held accountable. But there are red lines that cannot be crossed. ICE can conduct legitimate deportations, but it can't be masked men roaming the streets, refusing to identify themselves or their authority.
Remember your right to remain silent.
The Trump family cannot be hoovering in money and investments from the countries that depend on us.
This country was founded by defeating the British, you loser. It was not founded on Christian religion.
Fear, our power.
And if anything, any of those values that you can draw from Christianity and what the Bible does teach in it, Republicans and MAGA do the exact opposite in every single way. Shut up.
Sanctions.
This country was founded on Christian realism. Yeah, more like using Christianity as like a tool of oppression instead of using what the words are.
There have to be inspectors general and JAGs and career prosecutors watching to make sure the government is being run on behalf of the people rather than on behalf of the Trump family.
Brother, I will like cook any fucking religious person in a religious debate. I promise you I would. I promise you I would. You wouldn't even be, listen, I could debate you on religion right now and you wouldn't even do religion. You would talk about other right-wing agitprop the whole time. You would try to desperately get out of it. I promise you.
Democrats would have to pick a small set of policies.
Let's talk about the border. Let's talk about immigrants. Let's talk about trans people. No.
Policies that represent the larger set of problems and stick to them. They'd have to choose those policies wisely. They would have to hold the line even when it got tough. And right now, Democrats have not picked those policies. They've not settled on that message. Right now, they are no more prepared for a shutdown than they were in March. There's an ongoing debate inside the party on whether they should talk about Trump's corruption and authoritarianism at all, or instead just say that armed troops in DC are a distraction from the price of groceries and healthcare. And look, the reality is that Democrats' best issue is healthcare. Trump has looted Medicaid to pay for tax cuts for him and his friends, and Democrats should never let the voters forget it. But I don't think it's impossible to turn these two realities into one story.
Corruption is why you pay a fortune for prescriptions. Corruption is why your insurance claim keeps getting denied. So Trump promised to attack a broken system. I get it. Ripe target. But here's the thing, he's a crook. And a con man. And
I like Ossoff. Any reason not to? Any crazy thing I'm not aware of other than every time I see him speak or talk, I'm like, approve. Well, I wish he'd be put more into the spotlight. I don't know. Is there something he's done that's bad?
So Trump promised to attack a broken system.
I don't know. He's not really, he's like not in the spotlight yet.
I get it. Ripe target. But here's the thing, he's a crook and a con man. And
no, the pedophiles are actually in the Trump administration. So no, wrong. And mostly Republicans.
he wants to be a king. Yes, the system really is rigged, but Trump's not unrigging it. He's re-rigging it for himself.
He's making a new swamp, a Trump swamp.
I think that argument works. But I am, to be clear, on the side of this debate that says Democrats...
Like that's got to be the argument. The argument can't be Gaza. Let's just be honest. Let's just call it out. It can't be Palestine. It can't be Ukraine. It can't be anything other than the corruption Donald Trump is doing into our system. It can't be anything else. Though you got to think, look back at the last 5 months. The biggest protests were the corruption protests against Elon, Doge, No Kings rally, all of that. Massive numbers. I'm sorry, but the anti-war shit and the other things are not like, they don't draw people at all. They don't drop people out at all. The union ones do. Those are good. Workers' rights do. But the ones that hit the most are the economic ones. And focusing on Trump's corruption and crime. And crimes that he's committing as president and using the tools of the government to do that. Those protests have been the biggest ones. So, you know, I get it. There's a lot of issues going on in the world, and that's definitely bring your Ukrainian flag, bring your Palestinian flag, do all of that shit. Bring it with you to the protests. But like, I think the focus of the protests should be centered around Donald Trump's corruption and the not revolution or the fight back against it should be the center, not anything else. Not anything else.
Cannot pretend.
Because honestly, it wraps up into it. Everything else, all the other issues are ironically trickled down from the main focus, which would be Donald Trump's corruption and fascism inside the United States and the administration using the tools at its disposal to bring fascism into our cities, into our states. And there's literally, I want Ukraine to win so bad. I want Ukraine to win. I want weapons to go to Ukraine so they can fight the Russians. But like at this point, I share out the people that have like Dylan Burns. Shout out to Dylan and his reporting, or like the fundraisers that are happening. But my issue is America and Donald Trump and the fascism here. And I don't have the time and I don't have the capacity to also advocate for other things. And Americans shouldn't either, honestly, until like we get this shit settled inside of our own country. All around.
And this is a normal Republican administration and a normal political moment. They cannot ignore masked men in the streets, armed troops in the cities, billions of dollars of money going in the Trump family's pockets, an administration that spins off multiple scandals in a week that would have consumed other presidencies for years. If Democrats cannot make an issue out of all that, then they're screwed, and so are we. And you know what? We might be. Even if Democrats could agree on a message, do they have the messengers? Have Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer...
Hakeem Jeffries, yes. Chuck Schumer, no.
...distinguished themselves this year as able to win...
Yep. Hakeem can, but he's held back to this loser.
...an argument. Are they going to hold the line as national parks close down, as federal employees are furloughed, if checks stop going out the door, if flights are delayed because air traffic controllers aren't getting paid? I don't know that they will.
We all want to pursue.
Like Hakeem, Hakeem is held back by this guy. He's held back by the Democratic leadership and shit. So you can tell he like wants to. I'm not going to give him excuses because he's the minority leader in the House, but like he's clearly held back by Chuck Schumer and the Democratic establishment.
A bipartisan, bicameral appropriations process.
It is absolutely the case Democrats could lose a shutdown. But whatever they're doing right now, it's not called winning. According to Gallup, the Democratic Party is polling at 34%, lower than Donald Trump, lower than the Republican Party. The lowest level in the decades that Gallup has been asking the question.
That was a stream I was going to do last week before breaking news took place, because yeah, that's still true.
What's happening here is that Democrats are so unpopular because their own side is losing faith in them.
Yep. Because they're not going left-wing enough. Ignore the right-wing trolls in the chat. Ignore them. The party is not going progressive. It's not actually advocating for policies and politics that the people on the left want. They're trying to do bipartisan circle jerking. And that doesn't do anything but benefit Republicans and then bring us Donald Trump again, or another Donald Trump, like I said earlier in the stream.
Flashing warning sign is fundraising. Democrats are just failing to raise money. Democratic National Committee.
How did that work out? Kamala Harris was the most centrist ass, like basically Joe Biden, but woman form. How did that work out? We haven't tried it. It hasn't been tried. Democrats haven't gone progressive, actually. But Obama was the most progressive one, but even he was like, boy, Obama was eliminating villages in the Middle East, like with the drones. Doing the most, like, bro. Okay, he was progressive, yes, but not in the sense of like where we're at now. Like Obama, when he'd probably be considered a centrist if he was like running now, because of the way Republicans have just taken us to the far right extreme. So Obama would be considered maybe like even center. He was progressive in 2008. But now, I mean, yeah, it's you're gonna have to go progressive. And look what happened, though. Obama was the more left than the other Democrats. Shut it down, and the Republicans are still crying about that. They're still crying about Obama. Trump still talks about Obama every time he opens his mouth. Obama did it. Obama was the divider in chief. That was a two-term president. Ultimate victory. I didn't vote for him. I voted for Romney in the second one because I was a Republican. But 2 terms, they need to go populist progressive, not centrist Kamala Harris or Biden. That can't happen anymore. It's got to go progressive, or the approval rating will stay low.
Under Ken Martin has just been a disaster. At the end of June, the DNC had $15 million on hand, as compared with the RNC's $80 million. And it's just been consumed with infighting. That matters. Enthusiasm matters. The trust of your base matters. Democrats don't just need people to want them to win. They need people willing to help them win, make them win.
Yeah, Patrick. Your idea of Democrats is just to become Republicans. Shut up. No, we're here to talk to smart people in my chat about the strategies of the Democratic Party and how it needs to actually fight for the people voting for it, not like be a safe haven for conservatives that are like, okay, I guess. No, it needs to be like, I'm voting for this because they have this set of policies and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's how it needs to go.
Scientist Russell Hardin made an
Republicans. Democrats are pulling at 34% because they're not Republican. That's what you think. No, they're at 34% or whatever the lowest percentage is because they're not actually putting forth policies and fighting in the ways that people that will vote for them want them to.
An argument I've been thinking about a lot. Power is a coordination problem. Everyone in society, every person, every institution is a node of coordination. The secret of society is people do what others do. And so if you look at Democrats in Congress right now, the signal they're sending is to not take any risks. Everything is normal. Just wait for the election and hope for the best. I think both that strategy, but also sending that signal is a mistake.
Because it's going to allow so many things to happen, or even to the point where will we even be able to vote? Will there be a vote in midterms or 2028 without fighting? Or if you just sit back and be like, oh, we'll handle this in the election. No, we won't. It might not even be an election if we just sit back.
The 2026 midterms are 14 months.
I'm in the Matrix and not realize I'm in the Matrix because I'm not Republican. That's funny. I'm not right wing.
Away. The machinery of the state is being organized to entrench Republican power through redistricting, to control information.
I love watching conservatives freak out about like people that actually talk about the strategies of the Democrats and how to make them better. That scares conservatives. That's the content we need to do more of, is like Democratic strategy streams and like getting to the bottom of it and like actually trying to fight for or platform Democrats and progressives that actually have at least have a populism around them. I don't mean they might not win, but at least have some degree of support with them. And that makes conservatives way more triggered than if I were to just do a stream of like shitting on Trump all day. I could do a whole stream of shitting on Trump, and they'll sit there and just laugh and troll and be like, Mercado's such a pussy lib. But if we were actually talking about how the Democratic Party can win and what it needs to do to win, oh boy, we're ruining their day. We're ruining their day at that point. So that's what we need to do, and that's what the Democratic Party needs to do.
Punish and harass enemies, to create a masked paramilitary force roaming the streets. Do you just let that roll forward and hope for the best? I'm not going to tell you I'm sure Democrats should shut down the government. I'm not. At the same time, joining Republicans to fund this government is worse than failing at opposition. That is complicity. Democratic leaders have had 6 months to come up with a plan. If there is a better plan than a shutdown, great. But if the plan is still nothing, act normal and hope for the best,
yeah, no.
Then Democrats need new leaders.
Yeah. Bang. That's the one. Act normal, pray for the best, not gonna cut it. Act natural. Just pray. We'll pray. What are you doing? You're like the Republicans, just praying thoughts and prayers. On thoughts and prayers at the situation instead of like actions. You can pray. What's this? Pray, but move your feet or whatever. Yeah, proverb. Here you go. Yeah, this one too.
I know goddamn good and well we're not about to write some fucking socialist checks to all these MAGA farmers complaining about how they're about to lose everything as a direct result of their own fucking actions. Is that really where we are right now? So you voted the way that you did out of bigotry and racism, hatred, blind fucking ignorance, sheer morbid stupidity.
Exactly. That's what it is. The conservatives will constantly say, we voted for this because you're a Democrat. Well, you were going to vote that way anyways. Let's not pretend like you weren't going to never vote Republican. Like, you were always going to do that. The reason why you're doing it is you're lying about why you're doing it. You're doing it because they make you feel good with the triggering of the libs and the bigotry and hatred that they spew all day long. And, and about policy, you can name one Trump policy. Give me one Trump policy. Make America great again. And he doing that.
You voted for what's happening to you. And now, on the verge of you losing everything, you demand.
Yeah, vote red until you're dead, Patrick, like Ashley Babbitt.
That the government give you a handout after you just voted.
LOL, dummies. Both sides the problem. If you keep fighting, they win, dummies. Listen, buddy. Both sidesers are just MAGA. Okay, we know it's okay. It's all right, but don't pretend. Just be Hugh. Hugh, tell him. Patrick, Hugh, tell him to stop being like that. Tell him to be normal like you guys and just be Republican the whole way. Now, you're not normal, but like, you know what I mean? Tell him, Hugh. Tell him, hey, stop that both sidesing. And both sides are we're in a spiritual war. Tell him. Stop that, outlaw. You're in a spiritual warfare. Tell him, Patrick.
For them to get rid of all the social safety nets because of the...
One good guy. Tell him. Both sidesing is stupid. You got to be a hardcore Republican.
Social safety nets because of the freeloaders. And that's the issue with you dumb fucks, is that you think this country is for you. You think the Constitution is for you. You think everything is for you. And no one else deserves anything. If someone else loses their job or their health care, gets sick, fuck you, eat shit, I don't care. That's your fucking attitude. That's what you say to these.
What is it? Let them eat toast, or what is it?
To everyone. But when you fucking need it, well, that's what it's for. It's your God-given right to receive handouts from the fucking government, isn't it? You fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna be honest, I hope you lose everything. I hope your entire life fucking crumbles around you.
This is me every day, like when I'm reading the chat and I'm seeing y'all, like this is in my brain right now. I'm thinking like this guy's speaking it out loud, or when I read a Trump post, this is like what's going on in my brain.
And there's nothing you can do about it. But On the bright side, once you become homeless, you can just come join the rest of us in these fucking labor camps and gulags that they're setting up for the homeless people.
And then we can say both sides are bad. We can hold hands. And then someone will have the acoustic guitar, and we'll have like gloves that have like holes in it and like fingers missing, and we'll have to we're staying warm by the barrel fire. We're standing there like keeping our hands warm. Fuck, man, dude. If only we would have listened to Outlaw in the chat, and should have both sides of the situation. Fuck, dude, and then you got some other dude like Hassan. Kamala Harris would have done the exact same. Be perfect. It'd be so good. It'd just be like a symphony of dumb fucks.
Just come join us. It'll be fine. And also, we can probably re-gift you some thoughts and prayers that you guys have been throwing at us over the school shootings.
Oh, that works too. Yeah. Thoughts, and then some prayers, and then you hit them with some more prayers, and then you give them some thoughts, and then you tell them, hey, we're gonna take these thoughts, and then we're gonna pray on it, and that's what we're gonna do, and then we'll have even more thoughts, and then some more prayers.
Past, I don't know how many decades, because those don't do shit. If you want those back, you can have them back. Thoughts and prayers to you pieces of shit.
Oh, that guy's fed up. He said enough. Proud Navy. He's a Navy veteran. Yeah, MAGA farmers. Latest update on the National Guard on Washington, D.C. deployment and beautification effort. Here's the update on what's going on in Washington, D.C. and what our National Guard troops are doing. So far, the Guardsmen have cleared 906 bags of trash. They've spread 744 cubic yards of mulch, removed 5 truckloads of plant waste, cleared 3.2 miles of roadway, and they have successfully painted 270 feet of fencing. So we got a lot of our National Guardsmen and your taxpayer dollars going into paying them for all this, because they get paid a lot extra to do all this. Not a lot extra, I shouldn't say that. It's still bad pay, but like they get the travel pay and the billeting costs and all this, you know. And Trump also fired the federal workers that were doing this. So, you know, fire the federal workers that were doing all this, and then bring in the National Guard, which costs exponentially more. And also has ruined the reputation of like the military as a whole and the National Guard. So, well, hey, your numbers are up though. Yep, numbers are up to try to go and police Americans, the military, whatever you want to do. But there you go. There's the numbers. By the numbers for the National Guard effort in Washington, D.C. They're really doing a lot. They're really doing a lot out there. Oh boy. Oof. Yo, Jesus. This app is so dark. What is going on with this? Trump's birthday note to Epstein that the president said doesn't exist? Oh, God. What? Epstein's estate just released the love letter that Trump wrote to him for his... What is this, bro? Please be fake. Oh my God. What is this, dude? Hey, there you go, Hooves and one good guy and other Trump cultists. Here's Trump's love letter to Jeffrey Epstein. Because you guys support a pedophile. No, this is so bad. Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Nor will I, since I know what it is. Donald. We have certain things. What the fuck, dude? They fucked, didn't they? Yeah, they were both pedophiles, and they also fucked each other. Donald Trump. And Donald Trump's a bottom for sure. We have things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Yes, we do, to think of it, Donald. Enigmas never age, if you notice that. Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me that the last time I saw you, Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Not Merc spreading misinfo. Yeah, it's misinfo because I don't like it. This is Donald Trump with his fucking signature as vagina hair that you will never see in your life, you. I know the MAGAs in my chat, the MAGA men in my chat have never ever seen this and don't know what this is. Actually, you know what? No, you've never seen this whole silhouette. You don't know what this is at all. So let me explain this to you. This is a silhouette of a woman. Okay? I know. Probably your first time seeing one. A silhouette of a woman. Age is questionable. You know, who knows? Hopefully. But Trump and Epstein world, probably not. And then this would have to be the private parts. And the pubic hair and the private parts that obviously you guys will never ever, like, you have to look at the figure of a woman from afar, but you'll never ever see this. So you wouldn't know what that was either. But his signature is supposed to be the pubic hair of a woman. Look up the anagram of enigma and the definition of meaning of anagram. Oh boy. Is that okay, hold on. Anagram of enigma. Oh God. Sorry, we're dealing with Trump and shit today. We have pedophile stuff I have to look up safely. What do I, anagram of, and the definition, what am I looking up, Marvo? Dems got hold of Epstein's birthday book just now and posted pictures. Oh boy. It's over with. No, it's not. No, the MAGA supports pedophiles. You'd think it would have been over when, like, the obvious binders were handed out and they were all duped and lied to, but they didn't care. They don't care. I just take a Viagra off the gym floor and get bricked up. Nice. Hell yeah. Where are you seeing Democrats posting the... There's a Wall Street Journal posted it. Hooves. This is literally fake. You're really posting misinfo. Lawyers for Jeffrey Epstein. Have you posted this? Please tell me we posted this. Let me see here. Let me see. Yep, there you go. Let's go. Good job, Mod Nikki W. Another Mod Nikki W on Facebook. Lawyers for the Jeffrey Epstein's estate have given Congress a copy of the birthday book put together for the financier's 50th birthday, which includes a letter with Trump's signature that he has said doesn't exist. On Monday, House Oversight Committee members confirmed that they received a copy of the birthday book, including the letter bearing Trump's signature. Enigma is gaming. Gaming refers to a thin, often boyish young woman who is playful and really. Oh, so they like using code words. There's only one word that is anagram for enigma, and it makes disgusting sense in reference to this. What? So you think that it was the code using code words and the love letters to each other? We gotta look at. Sorry, MAGA. I gotta look at your pedophile president shit off the main camera here. Let me look this up here. Gaming. It is an anagram of enigma. A young woman, attractively boyish. A young woman with the mischievous, boyish charm. A female street urchin? Jesus. What the hell? That sounds like that's an outdated. That's got to be outdated term, boy. Holy. There's a product. Oh, no, never mind. It's not outdated. People, no, it's still using it that way is. No, there's still like a clothing site, gaming workwear. But yeah, it refers to a young woman. There you go. Attractively boyish. The gaming is a popular archetype of a slim, often boyish, elegant young woman who is described as mischievous or teasing. Popularized in film and fashion from the turn of the 20th century through the 50s. Holy. No, actually, no, GAB, we're covering pedophile Donald Trump right now. That his pedophilia is getting worse. Well, it's not getting worse. It's just getting more exposed. The expose of Donald Trump's pedophilia is getting more extreme, which, I mean, it was always there. It's just people want to ignore it. But it's getting harder to now because now you have this. On Monday, the House Oversight Committee confirmed that they received a copy of the birthday book, including the letter bearing Trump's signature. President Trump called the Epstein investigation a hoax and claimed that his birthday note didn't exist. Now we know that Donald Trump was lying and is doing everything he can to cover up the truth, said Representative Robert Garcia, who is the committee's Democratic ranking member. Enough of the games and lies. Release the full files now. The Wall Street Journal in July reported on the book and the letter bearing Trump's name, which contained typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman. The letter concluded, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." The signature was a squiggly Donald below the waist mimicking pubic hair, which again, I know you MAGA's Trump supporters would never know what that means. Maybe that's what it is. They're all incels, or like they, in MAGA relationships, the man has to be like, they're toxic. Okay. A lot of that, I feel for the Republican women sometimes because in that relationship, it is a ownership mentality. That's why right-wing dudes struggle out here, and they think they've gaslit themselves into a male loneliness epidemic. It's because the red pill is fucking garbage, and they don't teach you how to actually like talk to a woman and like engage in conversation with one, just to like sexualize them and treat them as objects. That's what the red pill does. And so therefore, because the skill issue of right-wing men not knowing how to talk to women, you make yourself a victim. And therefore, easy to be like, oh, I don't even know what this is. I don't know what this photo is. This looks fake. Because you don't understand the concept of being with a woman or like being with anyone, whatever you want to be with, whoever you want to be with. Trump is denied writing the letter or drawing the picture, calling it a fake thing. He also filed a lawsuit against the Journal's reporters. He also filed a lawsuit against the Journal's Journal publisher Dow Jones, parent company News Corp, and executives, alleging defamation and saying the letter was non-existent. The Dow Jones spokeswoman said, "We have full confidence in the rigor and accuracy of our reporting." Let's go, Dow Jones. Dow Jones said, "He's destroying the economy. We'll do it." Donald Trump's tariffs are tanking our shit. Expose. Hit the expose button. Ironically, it might be the billionaire corporations that can get us out of it, if like in a weird, twisted fucking way, because his policies are tanking them unless they're like personal friends with him. So if you're a major corporation, billionaire, fucking whatever, and you're not friends with Donald Trump or whatever, because they're all in on it with each other, and like if he doesn't choose you, you might need him to work against him. And they're going to, out of spite or whatever, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. So Donald Trump is going to play a game, or he's playing games, and you have the Dow Jones spokeswoman putting that out, the owner, the News Corp executives. Wild. Why don't you post Trump's real signature and compare? This is you. This is MAGA in the chat. This is my MAGA. This is Hugh. This is Hugh, guys. MAGA-rific. This is Hugh. No DMs unless you wish to video call. Holy. Huge gains. Join this exclusive community of MAGA patriots for huge gains. Wow. MAGA with Thanos. Not Thanos. With Kratos. A MAGA ball of fire. Oh God. Adult content. What kind of adult? What are they posting in here? Hold on. Oh, okay. It's just Republican postings. Okay, I had to make sure we're not gonna like run into some like underage OnlyFans accounts or something. Or whatever that they're into. What is that? Good afternoon, huge gains. Can Sony or send this to Sony? They don't have the rights to Kratos from Santa Monica. Get fucked. You're in uniform. That's the military is like, shout out to my veterans. Let's be honest, it's cringe though. There's a lot of conservative fucking losers in that, isn't there? Holy, bro. Say it back. Just a few numbers away from 3,000. Help me break a mark. I follow you. Wow. This is like NAFO, but with MAGA instead. What NAFO did. Can I get some followers today? I follow back. If BAP, what does that mean? Is that a new QAnon thing? What does that mean now? I fucked Biden's asshole. Oh, I fuck Biden's asshole, please? I want to. I love Biden. Did anyone follow an unverified account like me? Help. Okay, I'm all done waiting for follow backs. I usually give it about a month. I've been noticing a pattern with some members and I started unfollowing. Time for a real purge. It's like any movement of anything. Even this is MAGA specific, but this is literally like any type of online community. Any online community does this. When NAFO started doing this is when I started pulling away. When I'm like, yeah, this is cringe. The follow a fellow Friday thing. Cringe. I'm a fella. Does anybody see me? That's a classic. If someone's posting, does anyone see me? It's because their shit sucks and they're not getting engagement because their shit sucks. And there's like 18,000 other people posting the exact same thing. And they're wondering why they're not getting any attention. Oh, you're all following each other and you're all posting and reposting the exact same posts. I wonder why no one's seeing your shit. Because you're not doing anything original. Does anyone see me? Does anyone see this post? I follow back all patriots. Oh, okay. Forgive me for my language. This is from July when the story first broke. They didn't post the whole image though yet. Forget my language, but this story is complete and utter bullshit. The Wall Street Journal should be ashamed. So we're going to have a Trump Wall Street Journal legal battle now because he's going to sue him for this. I'm going to try to sue him and cry. Did he cry yet? Did Trump cry about it? Oh, he's doing the Ukrainian girl propaganda today. Which I got into it. I got into it with someone yesterday about it. A Ukrainian too, by the way. Okay, so no post about Wall Street Journal yet. We'll get to this story. Don't worry. We'll still get to that. Don't worry, MAGA. I'm not ignoring that story that you guys are choosing to. It's all over the place. Wow, Irina Zarutska, Ukrainian refugee, murdered. Had a BLM poster in her bedroom. Wow. Wow. She had a BLM poster. A black person killed her. All black people are bad. MAGA. That's what they're trying to do. I should have asked the person that was grilling me about it yesterday. I'm like, do you not like black people? Do you have like something against black people? No, it's just a mental health thing. Oh, okay. Because you sure seem like you're making it about all black people instead of like this one criminal. We'll get to that. Oh, they're all doing it. The one, okay. All the Russian accounts all up on this. You know what's crazy is the most pro-Russian, anti-Ukraine accounts are posting it as if like, oh, you must not care about Ukraine if you don't care about the Ukrainian girl that was murdered. Kiss my ass. I hope her killer goes to the depths of the biggest gulag we have. Is that representative of black people in America? No. Same shit, dude. Like that was hitting. I was, especially from people that support Ukraine and talk about narratives given. They play that game all the fucking time. You talk about like the narratives about Ukraine itself and the lies about it. And then people engage in it and like about other things in American culture war bullshit. This aged nicely. Gavin Newsom responding to it. Some transgender games are being made fun for Battlefield 6 is a transgender game. What are we doing? What are we doing? What? Guys, I don't even know how to respond to that. What does that mean? Literally, Wick, what is a transgender game? Is it a game on PC but insists you try and play it on What does it mean? What is a transgender game, dude? And Battlefield 6? A game that is like just about war the whole time and like nothing else? Like you're just in battle constantly and it's just like you're stuck in that and it's addicting. That's the game I was addicted to before NBA 2K. All right, my bad. Yeah, maybe you're right, MAGA. My bad. You're right. You clocked me. You just do transgender content all day. I'm playing Battlefield 6 nonstop. Is NBA 2K26 a transgender game? Damn. You guys clocked me. Because I played the shit out of that game. I couldn't stop playing Battlefield 6. Damn, dude. All right, my bad. Why did Trump draw a child in his note to Epstein? Squad sucks. Sorry. Yeah, Squad is not fun anymore. Okay, give me the here's Donald Trump on July 28th. I'm not when he denied drawing. I'm stuck on the Epstein thing right now. I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women. Who would do a controversial drawing? Lying about the image that we're seeing.
Do you think that drawing, I think I heard you say something the other day, that the drawing that was the subject of the Wall Street Journal report.
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person.
Do you think it was fraudulent?
I don't do drawings. Sometimes people say, would you draw a building? And I'll draw 4 lines and a little roof, you know, for a charity stuff. But I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women, that I can tell you. They say there's a drawing of a woman, and I don't do drawings of women. And also, you know, Epstein was always a very controversial guy. I was at a very high position, you know, pretty much all my life. In all fairness, I've been doing this for a long time. I had the top show on television. I had the #1 bestsellers. I had everything, right? And I was a very successful business guy. He was a very controversial. Who would do a controversial drawing? Now, with that being said, they say there were many letters done by many people. And in many big people, you know, big successful people, but I just don't. When you talk about files, I just keep going back, and other people too. Even the enemy says this thing is not correct, because if we had it, we would have used it on the guy. It's a bad issue. They say it's a good issue for Trump. Do you know that my poll numbers are up 4.5 points?
Anyways, have you seen my poll numbers? Can't wait to see him after this story. This was back in July. You hear him just woofing? I'm looking at my social media post. I wasn't a little distracted, but I can hear him. I triggered a lot of MAGA on my Facebook. I didn't realize that. I said, imagine if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were our leaders instead of fascist dictatorship. And boy, did that shake them. That shook them loose. I was wondering where all the MAGAs were. They all hide until like you say something about Trump or like whatever. And they're like, we're here. We're still here. Meanwhile, Trump is sending the military into cities and is an open pedophile. We sleep. We're asleep. We're the opposite of woke. We're asleep.
Ridiculous Epstein stuff. My poll numbers have gone up 4.5 points because people don't buy it. Okay, people don't buy it.
People don't buy it. They're not buying into the narrative. They're not buying it.
And he's gone, and we want to focus on trade deals. I want to focus.
I'm responding to him now. I say, it seems I shook all the right-wing losers that still follow me for whatever reason. How does it feel to have voted for a pedophile? I really don't know where they go after this, because I mean they clearly don't care that Donald Trump is literally engaging in pedophilia and like was writing love letters to one of the biggest convicted pedophiles in our country. But that doesn't do it. Nope. That doesn't do it at all. Of course, Kiev Post would post that. All right, so let's get into it then. So you had a Ukrainian refugee who was murdered yesterday in Charlotte, North Carolina, and that it was a sick and disgusting act. And this dude should be put away in prison. End of story. Nope, it's not though. Is it the end of the story? No, because it's propaganda time. Because now we can take the narrative, instead of accountability for her murderer, we're gonna make the narrative about black people and do racism and do agitprop, which I already got into it. I can just read off I'll just read off the conversation I was in with a right winger about it yesterday. I'll just read off what we said. I'll just read our conversation. I'm not gonna tell you who they are or like docs or anything like that, but I'll just tell you what they said and I responded to. First, they sent me the That's Kazin video. Okay, so this is like, and like I clocked them too, and I'm like getting to them. I'm like, this person that reposted this is a clown. Okay, he's a clown. Probably shouldn't listen to like his narratives because he's Elon Musk. So you got That's Kaizen. There you go. This guy who is like basically like the character from Django, Samuel L. Jackson, but younger. Yeah, he's Samuel L. Jackson, but younger version. Double standards, Great Division. So here you go. No, not that one. Where is the one that it started with? Doing a stupid ass video. All right, is it this one? It's got to be this one. Is this the one that she sent me? Clear Thinker.
A Ukrainian woman.
Yep, this is the one. Okay, here you go.
A Ukrainian woman was murdered by homeless men, but some media isn't reporting it, and it's a pattern of being silent when the killer is black and the victim is white.
Type shit. That's what they're on. Hey, is a story about justice for her murderer? Nope. It's about the media and white black people and culture war and toxic nonsense from people that engage in it. And Elon Musk retweets this dude and loves this dude because he puts out propaganda with his brand on his shirt.
And loud when it's the opposite. On August 22nd, Irina Zarutska sat down on a bus in front of DeCarlos Brown. DeCarlos, for no apparent reason, stabbed her in the throat. This was cold-blooded murder. Irina was a white, blonde, Ukrainian refugee who fled the war. DeCarlos is a black, homeless, 4-time felon who just left jail.
This is like America, and this is America all day long, by the way, like happening constantly. All the crime pages are right wing. They're doing this all day long, guys. If that's why you're wondering why are conservatives like this, it's because their news and their media landscape is like this all day long, and it doesn't end. All day long. Every single story that comes out is wrapped into a narrative. Not like, hey, this dude was a criminal, he needs to be put away in prison, or whatever the punishment is for murder. Whatever the highest punishment that there needs to be. No, they need to make it a grander issue, as if it's like a system that's created this to happen. And then also making it a toxic narrative about Ukraine. And we'll get to that.
That I even need to mention their skin colors, but I do. Because if this had been...
Yeah, we don't want to hear about both sides still suck, outlaw country. Like, that is toddler rhetoric. I don't get, like, fuck that, dude. What does that do for the situation? What does both sides still suck do for the lies that they're spitting into this narrative here? The narrative that is being spun about black people from a Samuel L. Jackson Django character. I can't call him what I want to, but because I got to be careful with the community guidelines. But Samuel L. Jackson in that movie, if you've seen it, if you haven't seen it, you got to watch it. If you haven't seen Django yet, oh boy, gas. This is Samuel L. Jackson all day.
A white man murdering a black woman, this would be nonstop national news.
Nonstop national news.
And yet, the New York Times hasn't reported on it.
And it's not. It isn't. They're gonna channel George Floyd. They're gonna channel George Floyd. But do you know why that went viral and why that got so much attention? Multiple reasons. But you know, these types of people don't care about the nuance as to why George Floyd's murder was viral and like caused a whole revolution. One, we were all locked down on COVID, so everyone was at home. Two, it went viral on social media, which has far more reach and impact than the mainstream news can do any day. So when shit goes viral on social media, it's over. The news can't do it. They can't outproduce the information than what that viral post can do. And with the amount of people it can reach in like 10 minutes, the news could only praise they could get that much influence over what they're trying to do. So let's get that straight. So viral video, everyone was locked down at home, and it was in broad daylight, and it was a murder that was live streamed. And so you watched the whole murder play out for 9 minutes and 36 seconds. And like you're sitting there watching him, and it's like live. So it captivated a lot of people. But also in Minnesota, we have a very bad history of police brutality here. Okay, so Minnesota was especially a powder keg of like police brutality. But also we had like it also added to the whole just Trump as president. And it was like, we're just back into that again. But at the time in 2020, Donald Trump people were dying. He's sitting there sitting there with the paper towel rolls and doing jump shots at people in Puerto Rico that needed help from COVID. So it was like a bunch of anger, like in general, at Trump, at the situation of COVID, at George Floyd being murdered in broad daylight for 9 minutes and 36 seconds. And it all came to a head, okay, as to why that was like a major story and like everyone focused on it and not this murder and not this one and why that happens. It ain't a reason. It ain't a fucking narrative driven. It ain't none of that shit. And if anything, the people that are guilty of doing this selective reporting are the right wing. Is the right wing. And where they choose murders that can fit into a political narrative. When we have murders that happen every day, unfortunately, out here, every day, in the most crime-ridden cities of murder and violence are right-wing cities. Actually, St. Louis, Memphis, etc. I think it's St. Louis. And Minneapolis is up there though. We're not red, but Minneapolis is up there ahead of Chicago. Chicago is like fifth, I think, actually. But it's the right-wing red cities that have more crime in them than blue cities do all day long. Anyways, crime happens every single day. Not every single crime is reported. But there's some crimes that are selectively reported. That's for sure.
CNN hasn't reported on it. MSNBC hasn't reported on it. What do they all have in common? They're all on the left. This is clearly newsworthy. It touches multiple third rails. Race, immigration, Ukraine war.
It hits Ukraine war,
homelessness, and crime. So why aren't they reporting on it? Because there's a race-based double standard in the media. Now,
a race-based double standard.
Make no mistake, right-wing media like Fox News and New York Post are biased too. And here's the thing. The media is overwhelmingly left-leaning.
It's not. It's not. Not at all. Not even a little bit. What the hell is that? Not even close. You got the biggest streamer, the biggest influencer of the left on media would be Hassan, unfortunately. But he has like no power outside of really his stream. And he like it does engagements and stuff. And he does things, but what are we talking? The amount of right-wing media, boy, that is out here. And like you just turn it on, it's right-wing. Boy, the social media, you just on there, right-wing shit immediately. YouTube, right-wing. YouTube is a lot right-wing social media, by the way, or platform. I'm not the only one that would be considered a little bit more left that I'm on would be like Twitch, Facebook, right-wing. But the media in general, though, the media, like the mainstream media, is right-wing. It ain't fucking anywhere near left-wing.
30 to 60% of journalists are on the left. 5 to 7% are on the right.
That's just, where is this from? From a 2004. Percentage of journalists. Where is this even coming from?
So we're all getting a skewed version of reality.
There you go, outlaw. There's both sides for you.
One in which white on black crime is worthy of marching, but black on white crime isn't worth mentioning. Both are equally wrong, but we've been conditioned to see race first and principle second.
No, right-wingers have been conditioned to see that. No, everything you're preaching is right-wingers believe in.
And it's swinging the pendulum from one irrational extreme to the other, from white people being elevated to white people being denigrated.
What?
Meanwhile, black-white race relations are worse than they were at the start of the century. But why should I, a black man, care?
Because I get paid by right-wing think tanks to do this for right-wing white people.
Because we all should. We're supposed to be
okay, my bad.
Ending racism, not flipping who gets to be racist. And if we don't correct this, many white people will become resentful. And
What are they gonna are they gonna separate the drinking fountains? Are they gonna make it so black people can't be in the same space as them? Are they gonna have to sit in the back of a bus and like be separated? That would be wild, right? Man, that would be mean. That'd be pretty mean. That'd be crazy if that happened. Oh, it did. Oh, wild. Oh, weird. Oh, America was like that. Oh, wow. What? Oh, we had segregation in America? Yep. Oh, wow. My Europeans, Republicans, we got to pretend that never happened, but also like play with it still. Yeah, America isn't a racist country. How you dare you say that? We're a loving country, but we're also going to do the very thing that we had to leave or leave behind and engage in that again.
They'll swing the pendulum back to black. We can't keep doing this. In the
What was that voice? Was that your serious voice or what was that?
face of evil, we must let go of racial preferences and focus on principles.
Okay, so do that then instead of making a race narrative about this murder.
All decent people must say, I don't care what color they are.
Okay.
A person murdering another person in cold blood is evil.
Yep. Okay, now what?
All humans must say, I don't care who started it.
Okay.
A boy stabbing another unarmed boy at a...
See, everyone does that no matter what. Everyone does that. It's literally just people like you and also other right-wingers that make it into a hate crime of like, it's cringe. I don't understand this at all. Instead of just being like crime because we've had George Floyd went viral. That's what it is. They're still stuck on George Floyd. That's really the issue. Is George Floyd went viral and they got a bunch of right-wing propaganda for a year for it, and they're stuck in that narrative. They're stuck in that lore of like of George Floyd. George Floyd was not murdered. George Floyd overdosed on fentanyl. The report. I saw the report. Okay, did you watch the trial in which the report was not correct and like the truth was in the trial? No, I like the report better. That one fits my narrative. I like the toxicology report that came out before the trial because that fits what I believe, not the actual trial that played out that we sat through and watched the whole thing. I streamed the whole thing. Who was here for the trial streams? Streamed the whole thing. The whole story. From start to finish.
Track meet is wrong. All mature adults must say, I don't care how mistreated you feel. A woman calling a child a racial slur.
Using the Shiloh Hendrix. See this guy? See this Samuel L. Jackson ass Django character? This Uncle Samuel L. Jackson? White woman. This is the woman who was yelling the N-word at dude in the park. And he's making her a victim.
Is disgusting. In a race war to the bottom, no one wins. The division shouldn't be black versus white. It should be wrong versus right.
So take your own advice. Take your own fucking advice with this whole video you put out. Sit there for longer. Sit there for aura farm it.
The media profits from us being divided. But
it does. Oh, it does. That for sure. But you are engaging in that division. Instead of saying instead of doing the thing you're preaching, you're doing the exact opposite.
You don't have to play that game. That's why I built Clear Thinker.
Yeah, come join my thing.
So you can see right through it.
Yeah, join. The link is in the description. Just 3 easy payments of $49.99 and we'll get you right. Oh my God. Link in bio. Nailed it. Nailed it. Oh, it's an academy. You guys can go to the Clear Thinking Academy. You put into a Discord server and be like, what the fuck? What happened? That's your academy. It's the right wing shit, dude. Boy. I told y'all. You ever are down so bad and you really just don't care about morals and values, go right wing. If you ever are just seriously like in a hole and you're down bad money wise and you really don't care out here what you sound like or what you like, you don't you have that gone, right wing, and you'll cook. You have a lot of people you'll make money off of, a lot of opportunities. You meet some rich people, famous people too that are right wing too. Especially if you're like a minority, they love that. They love dudes like this. If you're like a non-white person and you're you'll probably do even better. If you're like non-white and you're like you're struggling, go right wing. So they all do it. Whenever you're down, you got to give up. You got to sell your soul though. You have to sell all your values and everything you believe in. But if you really don't care, if you're like, fuck it, dude, let it burn. Go sell some MAGA t-shirts or something and get back to me and tell me how much you made. You know what you do? Like I told you, go set up at a softball tournament. Is what you do. You guys want to know the money glitch without selling all your soul and morals? Money glitch to grift conservatives. Bring a tent, like a blue one or something, and like a table. Make merch, which you can do cheap. You can have t-shirts made. They don't give a fuck if it has Trump's face. Put Trump's face, make an AI generated image of Trump riding a T-Rex or something. And then put it on a cheap ass shirt like this dude's wearing. And then make like a product line. If you can do like a couple accessories, that'll be good. You can do that for the cheap. Import tariffs are probably high though, so you're gonna have to work your way around that. But do that. Try to find the cheapest route, literally the cheapest route possible. Go to a softball tournament. Look up your nearest softball tournaments. Have a tent set up, and then just do merch. They don't give a fuck. They'll love it. Then you'll make so much money. You'll double or triple your money that you spent on the material and shit you need. I think that'll be the easiest glitch of like money glitch that you can do is to grift the merch of MAGA first. And you should probably do it soon because, well, Trump is fascisming it, but like the movement itself might change soon. So you're gonna have to change the branding. I don't know how much longer MAGA will be their brand. It might be like a new one soon. So take that while you can until it changes. I think you'll still be able to cook with Trump's photo on the merch though for a long time. That one, like Reagan did for a while. There's no Reagan merch anymore, but like, you know how Republicans were wearing Reagan all over their shit? That's what Trump will be like. So you might have to remove the MAGA stuff after a while when they rebrand, but at least you'll have Trump's shit on there and you can just make fuckloads of money. Just do it quietly though, because people find out you do that though, you might be cooked. But if you're not a political person though, you're not engaged in politics, it doesn't matter. It'd only really be if it was like an influencer doing it that's like trying to influence left-wing politics, but then they got caught out there. Like if I was out there doing it, I can't do it, right? Because I would be cooked. I would be cooked by everyone. But like you know, the listener that is just trying to pay bills out here, go pay your bills. Go get those bills paid. Go have these fascists pay your bills for you. They're out there handing out money for this shit, dude. I promise you. Try it out. Try it out silently. Then message me and get back to me how much money you made. I promise you. Grift the fuck out of them. Wow. So Trump and anyway, sorry, I got distracted. This guy. So on the Ukrainian story. So obviously was pushing a narrative with that, with the murder, but it wasn't just him. It was every single right-wing platform, every single one that even considers being right-wing. Where'd it go? Oh, did I repost it? I think I reposted it. There you go. And wokeness and others. 74,221 AP articles about George Floyd. 0 AP articles about Irina Zarutska. Type shit. Meanwhile, Ed Wokeness and others are like advocating for Ukraine to surrender and like give up and have Russia take over their country. But yeah, let's totally make this a thing. And I even said that. That was my response. It's wild to see the same accounts that spend their days pushing pro-Russian propaganda, calling anyone who supports Ukraine a war hawk, suddenly jump at the chance to use a brutal crime as a culture war talking point. They don't care about victims, justice, or truth. They only care about what can be weaponized for clicks and outrage. Which is exactly what this is. And nothing else. They don't give a fuck about her. They don't care about Ukraine either. There's black person, white person. Time to cook right-wing media. Black person, white person. Ooh, boy, it's going to be a good media payday today. That was yesterday while we were playing 2K. Anyways, I went back and forth with one other person, and then I also had a couple chatters come into my 2K stream and ruin my day yesterday. I said, that's Kazin is a clown. Elon retweets him all the time. It's right-wing agitprop, which is what this is. Right-wing agitation propaganda. It's propaganda designed to make you mad. And nothing else. No call to action. No, like, hey, this is what you can do to make it better. No solutions. Just propaganda that agitates you. And that's right-wing agitprop. So I say, they hit me with everything. Doesn't matter. This is true. I don't know who he is, nor do I care. Same when George Floyd got killed, when an Australian woman was shot by police. I'm literally reading it. No media coverage. I remember that. I kind of remember the whataboutism about the Australian woman that came out of nowhere. And also the David Dorn was the other one that right-wingers were trying to what about during George Floyd protests. No media coverage. We just got attacked by a black woman in Bay Area for no fucking reason. Not a homeless. We're shorting. She walked into our shot. We asked her not. She started yelling at us. I'm telling her, chill, we have permits. She was foaming at the mouth. And so I go, do you not like black people? Because that seems to be the issue. Like that's what I'm reading. Is like, you have an issue with black people. And then they respond, I don't like that after 2020, if you ever need to call police and it's a black person involved, they don't come. Which that is an insane statement. I don't even know what to do with that. And then they go, happened to my friend. Someone nearly killed them on Hollywood Boulevard, run into their car where the car came out and started assaulting the car. They called the police. As soon as they asked to identify the aggressor, they said, sorry, we can't come. And I said, I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. I don't believe that anyways. I don't believe what you said. And then the framing you had of it, I don't believe that story. And then they go, I'm my friend who has an Airbnb, same story. Someone destroyed his place, did drugs, and started to get violent. He called police to get the person out of the property. They asked what they looked like. He said, a black woman. They said, nope. And then I responded, I used to live my life and judge things based on things that personally happened to me and my friends too. So I can't judge you. I just hope you can grow out of it. Because I understand the mindset. All personal, anecdotal things that may or may not happen, because a lot of people on the right just lie and make things up all the time. So maybe whether the story is true or not, I understand that because I come from that. I come from that, like, oh, this issue personal happened to me, so therefore it's all of it's like this. Every person's like this person, and that's not good. That's wrong. So then they go, grow out of the fact that media is biased and deny any of it. And I said, there's media for everyone now. That's what I said back. If you don't like CNN, then choose one you like. All media is biased, which is true. There is not one singular unbiased media source. Not one. There is not one. Nope. Doesn't exist. There's unbiased reporting that can happen and like the situation, but the itself though, no, is a news platform. You have to stand for something, the truth, which has a bias unless you don't care. And then that's also biased because you're trying to push a narrative to fit political goals. So then they go, I have plenty of black friends and they can admit that media cherry picks stories for their narrative. I got hit with the I have black friends thing. It's like every single conservative trope I was hit with, so I know how to deal with it. It's the white people who get butthurt by this. And I said, you're cherry picking instances and saying it's a larger issue of black people and white people. LOL. I see, and then I go, I see you haven't left your right-wing roots. Because there's this person will like talk about politics sometimes, and like it seemed for a bit that they were away from it, but then they hit me with this. And then and I see where it's all coming from, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, you're still in the sunken place, for sure. Yeah, the right-wing sunken place. And so then they go, come to California. I'm like, to what? Smoke some weed? Smoke some weed and chill? Go see Chungus and Bendy? I have a question for you, and you need to answer. And then I want to be honest. Okay, I'm going to be honest now at this point in time about what I experienced, and I'm going to say this because it's gonna paint this narrative perfectly, especially if there's any like pro-Ukraine people that like are engaging in this bullshit, right? Because there likely is. There's likely right-wing pro-Ukraine people that are engaging, like the Kyiv Post, that are engaging in this horseshit. Okay, and I gotta be honest a little bit. So when I was in Ukraine, okay, when I'm in Ukraine, in the Podil district, there is a bar. Okay, there's a bar there, and it's an older one. And literally, I don't know if it was the table I chose or where we sat down, there was a swastika etched into the table. Okay, and it looked old as fuck. And I'm like, oh wow, well, there's a swastika etched in the table. Not the first swastika I've ever seen, but like I'm thinking like, oh man, okay, how would a propagandist work with this? How would somebody that's trying to produce propaganda work with this? One, I could take the situation and not say anything about it, which that's to this point, that's where we're at with it. Two, I could say, swastika on a table at a bar, which that there's in any American bar you find those, and you find dicks and you find other things on American bars. So, but that's irrelevant, right? We're talking about a narrative about Ukraine that Russia pushes. And also when I'm seeing a swastika on a table, what do you think I could have done with that situation? If I was like a Nick Shirley, right? When Nick Shirley went to Ukraine, it was like, look at the rich cars all over the place and painted a narrative. I was like, it's probably some dumb fuck that was etched on there a long time ago. Some drunk, because there's racist people, Nazis all over the place. We have one in our government right now, run by the Trump administration. So I'm like, probably some dumb fuck. I have the culture of this country does not match this. The energy I'm experiencing here, the interactions I'm having with the Ukrainian people are the furthest from this extremist messaging here. Must have just been an idiot. And then guess what? I went with my fucking day. I went about my day. I didn't go, oh, let me take a photo of the swastika and then say, wow, look at what I found. That would have been picked up by RT and everything, guaranteed. Because I understand how media narratives work and messaging work. Is that swastika that I saw etched into that table representative of anything I experienced in Ukraine? Absolutely not. Did it exist? It does. But it's not representative of the overall picture of what's going on. And actually, if I were to take a picture of that and post it, I would be painting a propaganda narrative. I would be engaging in the very thing I'm like fighting against when it comes to like Russian propaganda or things like end wokeness. Because while that does exist, it's not the grander picture, and it's not the culture, and it's not the everyday engagements of like what I was dealing with there. So it would be misinforming people actually of the responsibility of being a reporter or somebody in media. It would be irresponsible, and it would be misinformation, actually. And I hit him with that. I responded to that. I responded to him that way because, and I've never talked about that to this point because it's irrelevant. It really is. Like I can go out to downtown Minneapolis, one of the most progressive cities in the whole country, and there's a swastika in some bar in town, guaranteed, or written on the stall. Or like you go into the stall in the bathroom. I've done enough cocaine off the back of a toilet stall to tell you what's written on in the bathrooms in America. What we got in American bathrooms in the state fair, they had to put metal sheets on the stalls. It's gross because motherfuckers were putting holes in it so they could look at the trough through a hole in the stall type shit. That's what we got going on. So, you know what I mean? There's narratives you can craft every day. Every day a narrative can be crafted into whatever you want. It's dependent on if that person that you're following for their media is actually going to do it. Okay? Or they're going to engage in it. or whether if it's important or not. So I hit him back with that about the bar and the table. It's such an anecdotal, stupid experience, right? Is it relevant to anything? No, but that's the point. That's what I was hitting him with. I said if there's a bar in Kiev, I told this person the same story I just told y'all, and then I hit him back with, should I have reported on this with my platforms and report on the etchings of the swastikas and dumb fucks doing stupid shit? Should I have reported on that? Should I have should I have done a stream on that and like really draw attention to that one dumb fuck thing I saw? That was like, oh, that looked old as hell. Because the table is that the place we went to is just old. Thing was probably etched in there 40 years ago, 30 years ago. I don't know, but it would have fit a narrative, wouldn't have? I said, I reported everything I did in Kyiv. Would it be biased for me in media to leave out these instances, especially with all of the propaganda of Russia and other things about Ukraine? And that's the question that I needed them to answer. Would it have been biased of me to leave that out? Which, I mean, I did. We're talking about it after the fact. I never reported on that, and I didn't need to, and I still don't need to, because it's irrelevant. Would that make me biased, or is that a media bias if I don't say anything? And then they go, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why Ukraine is trying to hide the fact that it has a history with this ridiculous subculture going out of it, but it existed and it was real. I said, because Russia is invading Ukraine, it is saying they're cleansing it of Nazis. That is why. That is why that is bad. That's why you don't draw attention to something that doesn't need attention. If there was an actual systemic issue of Nazism in Ukraine, I would have seen it, and it would have also been impossible for me to do any content in Ukraine. I wouldn't have been able to have Good Morning Kyiv. I wouldn't have been able to talk to whoever I want. I wouldn't have been able to go to the front lines, because in a system of Nazism and oppression and dictatorship, they control all of that. I had more freedom in Ukraine than I do here. Okay, like it was like it's stupid. Like it would have been dumb, because I had the utmost respect. I was given the utmost, the most opportunities. It would have been just complete opposite to do that, and also would have been fit into a narrative. And then they say there could have been a story spinned out of it, a story in Ukraine's favor, and I say no, it couldn't have. So like right away, I'm realizing that the person I'm engaging with does not understand media literacy at all, and I think that's a major problem too in America, and also a larger issue is media literacy and understanding what the story is saying, who the story is for, and what the purpose behind it is. That is what you need to look at news. Not like, is this Republican or Democrat? That's R-worded. Okay, it's about what are they trying to sell you, or what are they trying to do for you? What is the point of why you're even reading what you're reading, or why you're receiving this information? So if you actually educated people, this started with Russia. Then when all those people screamed all those slurs, they were inspired by Russian music bands. Okay, I said there is zero situations in which you can spin swastikas into something positive. Like there's zero situation in which that can happen. I said if Ukraine took accountability for it, they don't need. I said Ukraine still has its Soviet monuments up. Like that would create a whole other issue. If you really, that would create a whole set of issues that you don't want to try to spin something out of it. The point is that you don't even talk about it, because it's like some one person, one dumb fuck did one stupid dumb fucking decision and wrote a hateful message and etched a hateful message into a table. And it was whether or not I took that and like made something out of it or not. That is the point. Not like, oh, well, that thing existed and we should make something positive. No, there's nothing positive to spin out of that anyways. So then they go, I said, Ukraine still has its Soviet monuments up. Then they respond, America has those dudes you don't call a whole America Nazi and invade it. And then I go, now apply this logic to black people and you're almost there. You don't say that one crime is representative of all black people. One crime that happened on the public to the Ukrainian woman is not representative of all black people. Okay, you hit me with the same narrative I'm trying to craft for you. And I go, Russia wields narratives just like the guy you sent me the video of, which came from the video I showed you guys. And your personal anecdotal experiences shouldn't shape the larger picture, because it doesn't. Just like my few experiences with that shit in Ukraine will never ever define my experience there or the people, because it can't. It literally I'd be lying. I would literally be a liar if I said that that thing I saw in Podil was like a representative of anything. I would be lying. And then they respond back, "You radicalize my words. All I am saying is a crazy person can kill someone in broad daylight and it will not make the headlines because of their race." In Ukraine, there are also a lot of crazy and stupid people doing dumb shit, but someone's race, job, military status, whatnot shouldn't be the reason why it should or should not be or cause outrage. I take the public transit a lot. I had dudes jerk off next to me and charge at me with items of all colors and shapes, and nobody gives a fuck about sick people, but if the sick person is black, then even worse. Media could have spinned it about mental health disaster of the country. So, I don't know. You know, it's tough to engage with a right-winger for longer than 3 minutes. I'm telling you, it's tough. Like, if you really want to, like, debating or getting to the bottom of any issue usually results in, like, listen, if you ever get into a debate with a right-winger, it's usually going to end in them quitting and then saying both sides are bad. And then they try to get away from it that way and try to come to a both sides thing. And, like, then you're done. And then their mind doesn't change, and obviously your mind's not changing. So it's just like you wasted 10 minutes of your life. And then we got into other shit. But anyways, all that to be said, I was like, yeah, you were captivated by right-wing agitprop, clearly. And you also have some issues with black people, it seems. And that's a personal problem. No one else's fault but you. And then I was even sending them, I was even sending them images of other propaganda I was seeing. So like, nobody wants to see shit like this happen, but these local cities need to do better by preventing shit like what happened to Irina Zarutska. I've never heard the person that said this. I'd never heard them say one thing about Ukraine. That's the other thing. That's facts. Is that the same people that are creating a culture war issue on this have never even like posted. Most of them have never even posted about Ukraine, let alone something positive. Let alone something about Ukraine as the right to defend itself. That's far than like putting Ukraine in a text. And if there is Ukraine postings, it's usually like pro-Russian shit by proxy, by saying, you taxpayer money to Ukraine, or ironically saying Nazis. You know, and whatever excuse not to support Ukraine fighting against Russia. So wild. There's people that were like hitting me with this that have nothing to say about Ukraine ever. But this is what they have to say. So I hit them back with a second message like, all right wingers watch and read the same shit and say the same things. It's crazy, which is true. And then they go, well, I was talking about mental health. Okay, you weren't, but it's okay. I know you're trying to change it now, and then we'll both sides it, and then we can go home and then pretend like we agree. We agree. Let's agree to disagree, because we're never gonna agree to this one. Yep. So I had that to deal with yesterday, and I didn't understand what was going on with that because we were deep in a 2K grind, and that grind doesn't stop. Anyways, I think I've said all I need to say on this story. It's I don't know how long they're going to keep it going. You got the Trump Epstein pedophile stuff happening today, so I think that round of agitprop. They're trying though. This was put out 43 minutes ago, and also Trump truthed it. I've seen the horrific video of young Ukrainian refugee who came to America to escape the vicious war in Ukraine, and was innocently riding the metro in Charlotte, North Carolina, where she was brutally ambushed by a mentally deranged lunatic. The perpetrator was a well-known criminal who had been previously arrested and released on cashless bail in January, a total of 14 times. What the hell was he doing riding the train and walking the streets? Criminals like this need to be locked up. The blood of this innocent woman can literally be seen dripping from the killer's knife. Now her blood is on the hands of the Democrats who refuse to put bad people in jail, including former disgraced governor and wannabe Senator Roy Cooper. North Carolina and every state needs a law and order, and only Republicans will deliver it. Additionally, where is the outrage from the mainstream media on this horrible tragedy? Vote for Michael Whatley for the United States Senate. He won't let this happen again. Doesn't even say her name. What's her name, Trump? Just a beautiful young Ukrainian refugee. I want to know, like, here's a story. 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska stabbed to death on the train. 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death on a train in Charlotte, North Carolina on August 22nd. On August 22nd? This was weeks ago? Why now? Oh, the Trump Epstein stuff was coming. That's why. You got to realize everything in the right wing is for a purpose. So there's a reason why this was in the news yesterday to get ready for today, because they knew that the Wall Street Journal Epstein story was coming. So dig this out of nowhere and make it a story. Not to say that, you know, murder reports should happen and reporting on crimes should happen, but that to make it a narrative now, weeks later, and make it seem like why didn't y'all report on it? Why didn't the White House post it, or the Washington Post or Fox News report on it when it happened? Why wait until yesterday? So dumb. The latest, Caroline Leavitt responded to the Epstein birthday card. The latest piece published by the Wall Street Journal proved this entire birthday card story is false. As I have said all along, it's very clear President Trump did not draw this picture, and he did not sign it. President Trump's legal team will continue to aggressively pursue litigation. Like I told you, they're going to sue. They're going to sue. Furthermore, the reporter, Joe Palazzo, who wrote this hatchet job, reached out for comment at the exact same minute he published his story, giving us no time to respond. This is fake news to perpetuate the Democrat Epstein hoax. That's what they're calling it now? That's wild. Wild. The same party that ran on that, ran on releasing the Epstein files, like literally was a pillar of their election. A pillar of their bullshit that they thought they were going to get. Of like, this is why I vote for Trump, because you're going to get the pedophiles out. And then they literally rebrand it to like, it's a hoax and it's a Democrat hoax now. Wild. Holy. Good. I'm glad more accounts are, look at that. Yeah, it's all the fucking same. Isn't it a Trump signature? The fact that you are so aggressively denying something so obviously real and that isn't even incriminating on its own makes me believe that whatever Trump did with young kids is worse than anyone could imagine. Also, guys, I want to shout out to everybody that supports the stream. You know, I talk about people that annoy me all the time, but let's take a moment and appreciate everybody that supports the stream. I know I should take moments and thank you guys more that actually like support what I'm saying. And it seems like I'm just hating all the time, but I'm not. I'm hating the people that need to be hated. But I couldn't do it without y'all. There you go. CoffeeZilla post. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, MAGA. CoffeeZilla. Wall Street Journal publishes the birthday letter Trump allegedly sent Epstein. There it is again. Wall Street Journal also breaks down the odd word choice for the poem, such as a pal is a wonderful thing. Oh, the code words. Thank you, Impact, for being a member for 20 months. Thank you, Jason, for becoming a supporter of the channel. And Toyota Corolla goes, I love how Trump tries to pretend he cares about her while he's literally trying to deport hundreds of thousands of other refugees. Which one? Who? Cares about her? Oh, the Ukrainian refugee. Yeah. Yeah, sending the federal government to go and deport immigrants, and then now they're going to make a story out of a Ukrainian immigrant. Oh, when is Wick's doing a call-in about it? 6 p.m.? Oh, I'll be busy. Will Stanza goes, to sum it up, the president of the U.S. sent the world's most notorious child sex trafficker, with whom he frequently socialized, a birthday note about how they both shared a secret, superimposed on a doodle what appears to be a female child. Not a word of exaggeration. Literally. The obvious implication here is that Trump was involved with Epstein's child trafficking in some way, either as a customer, facilitator, or fellow participant. Margarita Simonian was diagnosed with cancer. I agree. I agree with the meme. What committee is this for? Moskovitz? What are they talking about?
And so, look, Speaker Jeffrey, I'm getting ahead of myself. Speaker Jeffries, look at that.
Speaker Jeffries. Ghislaine Maxwell is an immigrant convicted of heinous crimes. They went soft on her. Mover turned to a country club jail. Yeah, also true, Andrew.
Speaker Johnson, if you're watching, in the spirit of bipartisanship, I think you really should consider putting James Comer in charge of this committee so that he can continue with his service of committees that have wasted countless dollars and time of the American people.
Literally. Every James Comer investigation has resulted in nothing for the right-wingers. That's the one good thing, I guess, that he's sitting there. Oh, other than the revelation that their sources were Russian and Chinese agents that were lying. So there was nothing. But yeah, let's have another Comer investigation. He's the one that did the Biden laptop and shit. Hey, we're close to getting something. We gotta get the truth to the American people.
And look, we would much rather be doing other stuff. We'd much rather be talking about how we're going to get people health care. We would much rather talk about how we're going to work together to make things more affordable. We would much rather do that. That's what the American people want us to do. But that's not what is going on in this Congress, right? Again, we're in the least productive Congress, only beating the last Congress, which was the least productive Congress. And so, look, as someone who celebrates Hanukkah, Christmas is coming early. We will deal with it. Thank you.
All right, so that's from the Democrats. Put Comer in charge so they can waste some more taxpayer dollars. It's so rich that the Republicans believe in small government, and this is the biggest government I've ever seen, literally.
What? And I also want to point out that it is so rich that the Republicans believe in small government, and this is the biggest government that I've ever seen, because they have decided that now they are going to somehow be the local police that is going to solve local crime.
Artists, I'm going to need you to at least try to engage in the politics without framing it into Israel-Gaza. I know it's tough coming from covering Ukraine, and I framed everything into Ukraine, and that's wrong too. Okay? It's not always about Gaza and Israel when it comes to American politics. It is a lot. It is a lot with the funding and the goals that America wants to accomplish and Israel want to accomplish in the Middle East, but not everything is connected to Israel-Gaza. It's just not.
As the federal level. That is not what we're supposed to do, especially on our level. What we do is we write federal laws. That is our job, and that is the lane that we're...
Mercado didn't mention Israel once in an hour. That should tell you a lot. What do I have? I just did. Would I have to? What do I gotta do?
We're going to stay in, and the only reason we're talking about January 6th is because the Republicans are the ones bringing this, not us.
Look up DC. Madim had bogus gay escort service. You look at who's getting gay escort services, outlaw country, and that's both sides are bad to you. One side is fascist dictators, and the other side is getting gay escorts. Wow, Yeah, both sides are so bad. One's paying for having sex, and the other is like taking sex away. Wow. No, yuck, bro. Oh, I can smell this picture. Holy. Oh, do you think she washed? She probably didn't even take a bath for weeks. Yo, looks like Tammy. Jesus. Ish, dude. Where's my cigarettes? Yo. A bunch of Trump allies are claiming the Epstein birthday letter contains a signature that doesn't match Trump's. What a stupid hill for these lies. They're dying on every hill. They don't. That's the scary part. That's what's actually scary, is that they don't care about the hills that they're dying on anymore. They're just they're respawning. You actually think Trump is Hitler? Unhinged, embarrassing, come back to reality. Don't point Hitler by saying stuff like that. Did I say Trump is? Have I said Trump is Hitler at all this whole stream? Have I said Trump is Hitler? No, it won't be Trump. It'll be the younger one that comes next. It'll be either the next one or the one after will be the Hitler. Not right now. You got Hitlerian-esque actions that are taking place in the forming of the authoritarian government, but beyond that, it'll be the next one. Trump is too saggy and has a neck pussy. He doesn't have any aura, no riz. It's just not going to happen. So no, I wouldn't say Trump is Hitler. I would say that he's forming a Hitlerian government that will allow for the next younger person to be Hitler. That's for sure happening. Rob said, my party didn't show up for me. My party was a very big disappointment for me. God bless. Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, that did come out and support all of us. So I think what you're seeing now, what I'm seeing now is there are a lot of Republicans that are up in arms about this because, again, this goes back to his campaign. Pretty much everyone willing to,
So let's talk a little bit more about that, because there's this bipartisan effort in the
This is a cult. This is a YouTube channel, bro.
House to force a floor vote.
If you don't like it, literally pull up the fucking app and go and watch a different YouTube video. What is your problem? Yeah, are you dumb? You don't know how to work the YouTube app? You click the home page and then you go and find a different YouTube video. There's tons of them. Is this a cult? Literally just a YouTube chat.
On the release of more records from the Justice Department, 2 Republican votes are still needed. This is, of course, being spearheaded by Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna. What is your message to Republicans right now?
As somebody who voted for this administration,
Jesus,
and for somebody who rode the coattail of the whole campaign being based on, hey, listen, we are going to resolve this by formally releasing all of the documentation that's been withheld, and we want answers too. You know, my party didn't show up for me. My party was a very big disappointment.
Israel owns America, and all you can say the right are racist. Both things can be true. Well, both things are true, but also America owns Israel too. So it's like mutual ownership. Yeah. Okay. And okay. What next? What's next?
Appointment for me. God bless Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem. Is ick. God bless Marjorie Taylor Greene and Massey. That's what I told you. Massey is doing good shit at the time, but they're MAGA. So it's like just currently, for now. Don't be drawn. I swear to God, if I see any liberal or anyone saying, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene said some good shit. Oh, shut up. She's doing it because she's mad that she's not getting enough attention in the Trump administration. That's why. And Massey and Trump literally beefed in public to each other. So that's fine. So he actually, everything. You'll have the MAGAs that are getting disenfranchised by Trump, but still want to be a part of that MAGA movement. But Trump made them mad. They'll like find solace in Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. But the idea that they are, oh, please no, absolutely not.
That did come out in support of this, in support of all of us, and actually took the time to not only hear us, but to back us up. And I think that they are equally disappointed in their own party. So I think what you're seeing now and what I'm seeing now is there are a lot of Republicans that are up in arms about this because, again, this goes back to his campaign and pretty much
Where are they up in arms about anything other than culture war shit that randomly, or the last thing they were up in arms, well, they're up in arms about the Ukrainian refugee because it's black person and they can do racism. And before that, it was Cracker Barrel. What are we talking about? Where are these Republicans that are up in arms about the Epstein files, bro? They don't exist other than like the onesies and twosies. That's it. There is nothing there.
everybody in
If the Republicans were up in arms, we'd have a Save Our Children rallies. They're no better than the anti-war left protesters that are out there. They're out there. They're fake as hell out there for the children and pedophiles. Where y'all at now, conservative? That shit was cringe too. Had to be the worst protests I've ever seen. Golly, just out there. They were out there for the children, but we're wearing Trump shit and talking about Trump at the Save Our Children rally. That was cringe. That sucked.
in his administration
And then I got coughed on.
said that this would be something.
And then you had a QAnon Gryffindor looking, Hogwarts looking QAnon chick out there with her scarf. Yeah, she had a QAnon scarf and like a QAnon Bible and shit, dude. It was nuts. Couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Would be a priority and that they would release the files. So I am extremely disappointed.
I'm disappointed. I don't do drawings. I don't do those. What would be a controversial drawing?
And also, you know, Epstein was always a very controversial guy. I was at a very high position, you know, pretty much all my life. In all fairness, I've been doing this for a long time. I had the top show on television. I had the #1 bestsellers. I had everything, right? And I was a very successful business guy. He was a very controversial. Who would do a controversial drawing? Now, with that being said, they say there were many letters done by many people, and many big people. You know?
He fooled the hell out of him with the files. He had to though. When your back's against the wall and it's so obvious, you take that issue and you rally against it as if like you're the saber rattler of the thing that you're a part of. So I'm giving you guys the codes. I'm giving you guys the cheat codes, the life cheat codes. They're not good. They're not good cheat codes. You're gonna black your soul by doing that shit. But like if you're ever at a spot, yep, you take the side of the thing you did. And like act as if you're the one rallying against the thing that you're doing. That and grift people, merch. You could be a right winger. You can be a conservative tomorrow. You can be a conservative today, right now, and they'll welcome you in.
You know, big successful people, but I just don't. When you talk about files, I just keep going back, and other people too. Even the enemy says this thing is not correct.
The enemy? Oh, Putin? Yeah. And I agree with him. I love what Putin said.
Because if we had it, we would have used it on the guy.
Oh, he's talking, what? That one doesn't make any sense either. The whole Democrats, if there really was a Trump, the Democrats would have used it. We're learning every day how fucking mid and weak the Democrats are, actually, when it comes to like engaging in political shit throwing, which like sometimes I'm glad they don't, but other times I'm like, hell yeah, Newsom, more of that. They need it, or Walls, because nobody in the Democratic Party was interested in like using the Epstein files as a political tool, or as like a talking point, a running point. So why would they use it against Trump for anything? The MAGA was the one that ran on the fucking thing. It would have shocked me if another new father-in-law was in the Marine Corps. Her father-in-law's father paid a doctor to invent bone spurs so his son could evade the draft. The sons of poor and middle-class men were sent to Vietnam to die while Trump whined about trying to avoid sexually transmitted diseases. Do we have that? I want to see that. That's a different topic, though. The auto pen scandal is the most ludicrous sideshow of all. They're still going with that? Even if you wrap the entire planet in a solar panel, you would only be producing 20% of global energy. Every day, chat, there's just a new take that is like, how? Wrap the entire planet in solar panel. And this person's a secretary. Oh my god, dude. Anyways, Earth gets 1.5 million terawatts or whatever. I don't know what the science terms. I just know that this is a cooked take, and that if you had even just 1%, if you put the whole, you cover the whole planet in solar panels, but you don't even need that. That'd be so much energy. You'd be able to power another planet. We could be a battery planet for another one, for like a whole solar system. You could power a whole another system. That's what we'll do. We'll do that, and then we can send MAGA to the other planet, and then they can go have right-wing fascism world on that planet by themselves, and then not have our solar panels. I refuse to believe Trump has ever prayed in his life. Oh boy. Look at his hair. Oh, terawatt hours. Thank you, John.
Will you all stand with me as we rededicate America to one nation under God? Father, we thank you for this time.
I can't. He's doing the prayer hands thing. Well, when I'm like, but people can practice their faith how they want. But boy, every time I see that in church, or I used to, I'd like laugh inside. My favorite was either that one where they like put their hands up and like, or the other one would be when they like get touched by the priest and like they fall over and act like they're having a seizure. My church, the one I went to, the last church I went to did that shit because it was a recovery church. Because you're like, it's what you do in recovery. You go to church. It's just part of it. You just gotta deal with it. If you're serious about recovery, if you are dead ass serious about recovery and not being an addict anymore, you will be sent. You will go to church. You will go to many church. Okay, it's just part of it. Unless you find a truly like that's just hard to find. The ones that are non-religious based are very hard to find, and they're like less people. But it is what it is. So I had to go. I had to go to the church. And it was one of those where you touched the person and the person would, and like fucking, I'd be like, what is happening? And I asked my friend once. I was like, cause he did it, and our friend, we're not talking anymore. I was like, what happened? Like you went on the ground and were like shaking and shit. Like did you do that, or did he do that? Did he like hit you with like a voodoo power? Like what happened? He said, nah, he just like lost control, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if it's like you're in the moment and like the lights from the church up on the thing, and like you just overcome with the whole moment, and then like you just like I don't know, but that shit was crazy to me. And I was like laughing. I was like trying not to laugh because it was like they're like on the ground like shaking and shit. I'm like, bro, stop. We gotta stop.
That we have together, Lord God, we thank you that we can gather together as faithful people, as faithful leaders, as denomination leaders, as religious leaders. Father, we thank you for our president, Donald J. Trump.
Oh, boy.
Father God, who you have anointed and appointed for this time, for such a time as this. Lord, thank you that the president prioritizes prayer. Father God, that he sees the power, the importance, the priority of praying together as a people, as a country, as a nation. Father, we in this place today, in this great museum of the Bible, Father God, we lift up our president. Lord God, we lift up his family. We lift up, God, our vice president, our cabinet, and everyone, God, who serves in this administration through all branches of government. Father, help us.
Separation of church and state. Keep your religion out of my government. I don't care what your religion is. Keep it out of my government. I don't want to hear the president or anyone else preaching or praying. Unless it's like literally absolute tragedy and that politician is a human and practices their faith in the moment because it like, well, just naturally, which is fine. I will not grill anyone for that. But there's like a tragedy and then that politician is religious and they're in the moment and then they pray or something because it's like, that's what they do at the time. And it's fine. But there needs to be some action too. But like, other than that, just using prayer in the government like this, not good. Not good at all. Johnson clears up his remark on Trump. Oh, because Speaker Johnson said that Trump was actually an FBI informant, trying to come up with any narrative that's going to stick to get Trump out of this.
What do you mean by that?
I know. I gotta tell you about the lie.
What I was referring to.
Oh, there you go.
Conversation was what the victim's attorney said. More than a decade ago, President Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, and he was one of the only prominent people, as everyone has reported, not President Trump, but everybody about him.
Why are you whispering, Speaker Johnson? Speak up.
That he was willing to help law enforcement go after this guy who was a disgusting child abuser, sex trafficker, all the allegations. That's what they heard. So the president was helpful in that. I don't know if I use the right terminology, but that's common knowledge, and everybody knows that. So
FBI informant and helping, and that is, you made it seem like Trump was personally helping the feds like put Epstein behind bars, and that never happened. Like he was like informing on Epstein. No, that you tried to lie, and it doesn't work.
This is much ado about nothing.
Oh, is it?
Tell you this specifically about his
No, I said
no, silly. Listen, Linda. No, Mike Johnson's trying to trying to get the narrative back in his hands.
I was recounting what others have said.
Yeah, Manu.
I have talked about the Epstein evils many times. He's as disgusted by it as everybody
He's
else.
disgusted by it. Wait, so is he an FBI informant on a Democrat hoax? How can you be an FBI informant on something that isn't real that the Democrats made up? Isn't that fun? I love this. I love breaking the lies down. So Democrat hoax, not true, not real. Democrats are just using it to try to get Trump. But also within that hoax, Donald Trump was an informant. But oh, never mind. He was just literally just answered some questions and stuff. But it's still a hoax though. Still fake.
The history of acknowledging that, and he has said repeatedly he wants everything to come out, all credible information, everything for the American public to decide.
Was he ever asked to wear a wire or anything like that?
I have no idea. No, I'm not saying.
I have no idea. I just say things. I watch porn with my son, and then I just say things afterwards. I don't know why. What am I, the Speaker of the House? Stop. What are you asking me these questions for?
I have no information about that whatsoever. I was repeating what has been common knowledge for a long time.
Nice.
The president was helpful in trying to get Epstein, for the law enforcement to go after Epstein. That's always been my understanding. That's common knowledge. It's the public's understanding. I was not breaking news there. Okay, what I'm trying to emphasize.
It's not break. There's no breaking news there. You know, I was just riffing, just saying things.
The president is as disgusted about this as everyone is. All people of good conscience. We heard from the victims last week. It was gut-wrenching to hear their accounts. Many of them came out here and did it to a broader audience, to the public. But there's as many as 1,000 other victims, hundreds of young women, now some of them middle-aged women, who were subjected to these abuses for a long, long time, and justice is long overdue. So we're not just investigating Epstein and what happened, but why the justice system failed these women for so long. That is why the House Oversight Committee is on this so aggressively, and as you saw, the latest developments, I think Chairman Comer and some other members are going down to Florida. They're going down to the Epstein estate to look at visitor laws at the estate. By the way, none of this is encompassed in the discharge petition gambit. This is what the Oversight Committee is tasked to do. That is what they are doing in a bipartisan fashion. You have very aggressive members on both sides of the aisle that are on it, and we are greatly comforted by that. So we fully support it.
Bunch of bullshit excuses. Bunch of nonsense. And he's got to say it quietly. I had no idea. I don't know. What happened in the SCOTUS decision? Supreme Court allows Trump ICE raids to resume. Nice. Roving ICE patrols in California. Wow. Supreme Court on Monday backed President Trump's push to allow immigration enforcement officials to continue what critics describe as roving patrols in Southern California that lower courts said violated the Fourth Amendment. The court did not offer an explanation for its decision, which came over a sharp dissent from 3 liberal justices. At issue were a series of incidents in which masked and heavily armed immigration and customs enforcement agents pulled aside people who identify as Latino, some U.S. citizens around Los Angeles, and to interrogate them about their... This is straight up... This is... Yeah. Nazi shit. Yep. This is Nazi shit. Going around just asking people for their fucking papers. The decision deals with 7 counties in Southern California, but it has landed during a broader crackdown on immigration by the Trump administration, and officials are likely to read it as a tacit approval of similar practices elsewhere. This is a win for the. Goes to Ezra Klein's video that we watched a couple hours ago now. This is a win for the safety of Californians and the rule of law to have a roving military patrol in Southern California. Tricia McLaughlin, head of Homeland Security spokesperson. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson. DHS law enforcement will not be slowed down and will continue to arrest and remove the murderers, rapists, gang members, and other criminal illegal aliens. U.S. District Court in July ordered the Department of Homeland Security to discontinue the practice if the stops were based largely on a person's apparent ethnicity, language, or they're present at a particular location, such as a farm or a bus stop. The 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals largely upheld that decision, which applied only to the 7 California counties. But the Supreme Court disagreed with that approach. Though the court did not provide any analysis explaining its decision, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, a member of the conservative wing who sided with Trump, wrote in a concurrence that the factors the agents were considering, taken together, that can constitute at least reasonable suspicion of a legal presence in the United States. To be clear, apparent ethnicity alone cannot furnish reasonable suspicion under this court's case law regarding immigration stops. However, it can be a relevant factor when considered along with other salient... Okay, yeah, if you're brown in Southern California, you better have your ID. This is crazy. That's crazy. It can be a relevant factor. Not by itself, but it can be used to determine for probable cause. Existing while brown. Probable cause. Because remember, you got these fucking racists, losers, all day long doing this. You guys think it's not an issue in America? It is. Racism is definitely an issue still. This is happening. And then if you're brown in South California, you have to have your ID on you. I know. I agree with Ron on that after reading that. Freedoms are lost, Sotomayor warns. The order drew a fiery dissent from Justice Sonia Sotomayor, the first Hispanic justice to serve the Supreme Court. As a Southern Californian, yes, I want a roving band of ICE. Yeah, we'll see how that goes for you. We saw how Southern California responded to it, and the feds didn't win. We saw that. So you're probably not from Southern California. The order drew a fiery dissent from Justice, as I read, we should not have to live in a country where the Southern government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work a low-wage job. Sotomayor wrote a dissent joined by Justices Elena Kagan and Ketanji Brown Jackson. Rather than stand idly but while our constitutional freedoms are lost, I dissent. Sotomayor wrote in her dissent that on the ground of reality of immigration arrests cuts against the federal government's fears that a court ruling could chill authorities' ability to detain and deport documented migrants. The evidence in this case, however, reveals that the government is likely to continue relying solely on those 4 factors because that's what agents are currently authorized and instructed to do. Wow. Kavanaugh wades into immigration. Kavanaugh used his 10-page concurrence to launch into a broader discussion about the debate around illegal immigration. To be sure, I recognize and fully appreciate that many, not all, but many, illegal immigrants come to the United States to escape poverty and the lack of freedom and opportunities in their home countries. But the fact remains that under the laws passed by Congress and the President, that they are acting illegally by remaining in the United States. At least unless Congress and the President choose some other legislative approach to legalize some or all of the individuals now illegally present in the country. Sotomayor leaned into a growing criticism around how the Supreme Court has handled high-profile emergency cases dealing with Trump, that it has offered no explanation. Because Trump and MAGA own the Supreme Court. That's why. They change the rules. No, they fight the rules the whole time until they get their rule makers in, and then they'll chill. They're gonna throw ketchup and shit at the wall and cry until they get their rule makers in that will do what they want, and then they're done crying. And then it's fine. Wild. SCOTUS blesses Trump's use of racial profiling, as we saw. Racial profiling is acceptable to Trump and ICE. So can we profile them as terrorists if they wear masks? And they don't identify themselves? That could be considered a threat. Indict all communist mayors for sedition. There's not one communist mayor in America. We should indict all pedophiles in America for sedition, like Trump and his cabinet and the people connected to him, and Elon Musk. Elon Musk for sure. We love to go into Chicago, Trump says after controversy over war meme. So we know that the ICE expanded their operation. But so far, no National Guard. That's what we're waiting for. President Donald Trump on Monday continued to take aim at Chicago as the city braces for potential federal intervention. We'd love to go to Chicago and straighten it out, he said as he delivered remarks at the Museum of the Bible. Earlier Monday, Trump wrote on social media platform that the people of Illinois should band together and demand protection for what he has said is a crime problem in Chicago, despite police data showing murders and shootings down this year compared to last. I want to help the people of Chicago, not hurt them. Only the criminals will be hurt. We can move fast and stop this madness. The comments came after a war of words over the weekend between Trump and Illinois leaders following a controversial post from the president referencing the newly rebranded Department of War. Chicago is about to find out why it's called the Department of War, Trump wrote in a post on Saturday that included a manipulated image as we read. Apocalypse Now. So it's the same shit. We already read all that. Come back tomorrow, John. Literally talking about Chicago. Chicago cops struggle to staff streets as Trump presses on crime. So they have to send the guard. Fox News. Chicago alderman sounds alarm. The aldermans are the problem. Yeah, the same alderman in Wisconsin that did the same thing in Kenosha, that caused Kyle Rittenhouse to go there.
Let's go.
Boy. Everybody check into the stream. Comment where you're watching from. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Check into the stream if you could. Let me know where you're watching from. We're live on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. All three, and X too. But if you're on X, you can't comment. So you come over to YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. You gotta wait for this to end. We got an ad here. Okay. We got Canada, Oklahoma. What up from the UK, Wisconsin, Las Vegas, Nevada. We got Utah, Northern California, Southern Indiana. We got Melbourne. We got Detroit, Bay Area, California checking in. How you doing? What up, Sprinkles? Iowa. The Meadows, Phoenix, Arizona, Las Vegas. Oh yeah, big Twitch. I see over there, biggin. Oops, no sound.
As Raymond, brother, we've known each other for a long time. I've gone back and forth to Chicago. Good morning. I want you to help explain the numbers because they continue to say that the numbers are down. Murder's down 48%, robbery's down 11%, burglary is up 9%, felony theft up 44%, misdemeanor theft is up 59%, and motor vehicle theft is up 77%. But I want to go to that murder number because they say it's down.
Yeah, that's fake news. So tell us why it's fake news.
This weekend, it was 6 people that were killed.
Wow. So that it's got to be true. It's got to be false.
It was 11. That's not normal.
Well, any amount.
That's not normal. Please, narrative driving. Population of Chicago. Oh, it's a top search because people are looking it up themselves. Wow. Sorry to those 6 people. Hope those criminals are in a gulag or whatever. Sure. Hope they're put away. Never see the light of day again. But holy fuck, bro. There was 6 murders. 40% gotta be wrong, right? Gotta be wrong. It can't be right. Got more people in Chicago alone than most bumfuck red states. Where was I now? Where was I at on this shit?
Of murder is not normal, period. And what we know is that even though we're trending in the right direction, the perception of crime in the
we're trending in the so he even says it, we're trending in the right direction with his eyebrows.
Reality that exists with all the other categories is that crime is on the rise, and rightfully so. So when the president says that
crime is on the rise and rightfully so,
going to war, you know, many people are anxious and excited by the fact that yes, you're going to war against the criminals, those who believe that they can act with impunity in the streets of the city of Chicago. And finally, someone's going to stand up for the victims and all of those individuals who are forgotten after the headlines fade. Every day we've seen where individuals are being...
What are you reading? What are you reading off of? This guy's a Democrat?
Victimized in the city of Chicago. In my own ward, just last weekend, I had an individual young man shot in the back of his head walking home down the alley. I had 2 children walking home from school who were stalked by a Venezuelan migrant, both shot, 1 killed. This is not anecdotal. This is reality for many parts of the city. And to hear our leaders like Governor Pritzker and Mayor Johnson say that everything's fine, don't worry, we're doing just great, would be like a cancer doctor telling you that we've cured you just enough this year, we need to save some for next year. No one would ever accept that as an analogy, and neither should we in Chicago.
Raymond, I'm just curious, when you see these protests happening, saying they resist, I just don't see those people when I go to do interviews with the mothers and fathers and the victims that children have died in their front yard. Who are the people that are protesting against this? I hear people saying they need help.
Lawrence, you remember we were in the South Loop together, and we had individuals who were excited that, you know, we were taking up this issue of crime in Chicago and wanted help. And sadly, these individuals, these protesters, oftentimes many of them are paid to be there to protest.
Of course.
What type of Democrat is this guy? Literally just literally a Republican with a D in his name?
Trying to play on the sympathies of the liberal democratic politics of the city and saying that we need to stand up.
Bro, this guy's a Democrat. What the fuck?
For those less fortunate who didn't have all of the amenities of life that they may have had, they try to guilt them into standing up for criminals. And in large part, it's working because people often don't talk about the victims, as we've seen in what happened in Charlottesville, where you had a repeat offender, a dozen times released, just willingly kill someone on a train. You know, that could have been Chicago very easily. But
it wasn't, though. So what are you doing?
To be honest, Many people in the city of Chicago have had it with these protesters who have nothing better to do than to stand up on the wrong side of history.
All the
Oh, holy shit. Yeah, so Democrats like this guy need to they'll go all the fuck away and never be elected again. This guy's a Republican. What the hell is that?
I'm so glad that you brought that up because that was going to be my segue. I don't mean to beat up in Chicago. This is happening in every major city that are controlled in many cases by Democrats. This young Ukrainian woman was fatally stabbed.
Oh boy, connected to that story.
Because there's liberal Democrat leadership, much like your old, DA Kim Foxx in Chicago, Cook County, that want to release these people when they've been violent before and they escalate to murder.
You know, there's a false sense that you could make up for the sins of the past by forgiving the sins of the present, and that's simply not the case. What we need to be is the party that stands up for people, for families like we used to be, the party that believes in being a safety net but also in accountability. And sadly, the Democratic Party doesn't want to be that right now. They think that standing up for law and order is only a Republican issue, that if you hear the president say we need to make cities safe again, that somehow that is something that we need to stand up against. And history will prove the Democratic Party wrong in this moment. There are very few of us.
Anyone else not believe this video? Or is it just me? I'm talking like this whole story, I think, is made up by my opinion. The person sitting there doesn't like anything like that Ukrainian model. And the video stops there. And then it cuts to the other part. Not that you want to see that.
Us who are standing up to say,
part of me doesn't believe this whole thing at all.
No, we do not need to move the goalpost that far to the left to be relevant. And unfortunately, we have a small segment of our electorate who thinks that that is the right way to go. We see that in the candidacy of people like Zoran Mandani and others who think that going left of left and now left of that is the course of the Democratic Party. But if we want to be of relevance, we need to get back to the center.
It's so...
Really? We need to get back to the center. Well, there's Fox News for you, bringing on Democrats. So even on Fox News, when they bring on Democrats, they bring on Republicans that have the D in their name. That's why, like, if you watch right-wing media all day long, you are cooked. Because even the Democrats they bring on aren't really Democrats. They have the D there, but it's like, oh, wow, this Democrat agrees with me. So it's a propaganda strategy. Propaganda strategy for sure. Number one, it's something that happened on August 22nd. Two, the video stops there. Every single one. There's not a. This is X. There would be a video of it happening. The video would show him stabbing her, and it doesn't exist. I haven't seen it unless it's there. So there's a part of me like I'm not really like pushing that one. I haven't posted that. I don't believe the video, so I'm not really like putting it out there like that. But like a part of me believes that it's cocked up. It's just too good of a propaganda story to not push, especially with the Ukrainian girl, black guy, Trump facing Epstein shit. Perfect. So I don't that story. Well, I'm not like because I don't want to. Because if it really did happen, obviously, like I want if that story really did happen and that she was murdered, obviously I want the killer in the gulag, like I said, or maximum prison or whatever penalty it is. But another part of me believes the video is fake. Just being honest. Just telling you, just being truthful with you. Is this video, it ends right there. And then it cuts to him with a knife and it just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up at all. Nice. Well, mildly amusing letter. Otherwise, who cares? What is the significance of this even supposed to be? It proves Trump is a pedophile or something? Give me a break. Really? Yeah, I forgot about Michael Tracy. I haven't seen any. Last thing Michael Tracy stuff was at the beginning of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and he was like a pro-Russian simp. Remember he took photos of like a NATO base and saying, wow, they're going to war too. America's going. This is a NATO proxy war, and America's gonna go fight Russia because they're trying to weaken. They don't actually care about Ukraine. They just want to weaken Russia. And he took photos. Thank you, Ree, for the gifted. Thank you. Is he getting cooked for this? Trump sued the Wall Street Journal for reporting its existence. What does it signify about the larger Epstein story or Trump's purported role in it, other than that Trump is extremely litigious, often reflexively and falsely denies things? It signifies that him and Epstein were close as hell. Like closer than close. And who writes a fucking love letter in the shape of a young woman with the features and everything and sign it like that? No one does that unless you're a sex addicted pedophile. What are you talking about? Oh, this is nothing, bro. Yeah, this is nothing, MAGA. Also, side note, Drew, I'll debate him at any point at this point. I started following Drew because of his takes on Ukraine, which a lot of things and a lot of L's I took by doing that. A lot of people grifted the fuck out of Ukraine. They still do. And don't actually care about it. Don't actually care. It was just like a political thing for him. But this is a guy that I definitely followed because of that. But oh boy, does he suck. Drew, you fucking suck, dude. Just dog shit. He's doing great replacement crying and great replacement theory shit about Australia and other irrelevant shit. And then he goes, I started off as a human rights carer, but tankies radicalized me into becoming a conservative. The tankies drive you to do anything, then they win. What do you mean, bro? Another tanky W, or what happened here? Define tanky, Drew. I hate them too, but boy, you make them look like they control your life. This unironically makes you look bad and them look good. So yeah, this dude and many others are like this dude. Right? You have Ukraine in the bio, but right-wing fucking losers, bro. Losers. He messaged me a couple years ago too about help to get to Ukraine. And I was good. I had extra bed in my apartment, in the apartment I was in Crescattic, if you really wanted to come. He didn't get there till last year, but you know, it was probably too scary for him in 2022, 2023. No, I'm not going to support the left, considering tankies have completely poisoned the left. Tankies brutally swatted me and assaulted me on multiple occasions, and I'm simply not suicidal. Okay. Drew yells at his dad about he can't get a job.
Make sure that I can do. Keep that fucking profile low, okay? Before you go get a fucking job. I don't care about a job. I'm just trying. Fucking bullshit! I'm not paying for you to live your life.
Wait, he's living with his dad? Dad, support my social media. Well, I wish my dad supported my social media at all.
I'm fighting for what's right. That's why. Just keep your fucking profile down before you won't get hired by anybody. I don't care about the school line. I'm gonna be fine. I'm protesting tomorrow.
I'm protesting tomorrow.
I'm protesting tomorrow, and I make my own money through tutoring. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, Dad. Yeah, Dad, I make my own money in your house. Damn. That sucks. Hassan Piker discovers that the other propagandists got paid. Oh. Here's LeBron James' clutch performance in the Garden. Hell yeah. Down 3-2, facing elimination in a hostile road game. LeBron erupted. That is the content I need. There you go. Look at LeBron. Bang. They lost, though. So, right? Yeah, they lost this one. So, does it matter? I can't remember. What year was this? 2012? They took a L in Game 7, didn't they? Drew could lead Australia? I don't think so. Responded to Quokka. Most chaotic night of my life. We got lost multiple times. I'm covered in cuts, drank bad wine, got into a fight with a 40-year-old gay guy, and nearly died on the e-scooter. It's like a social media post, and then Drew goes, "Find a wife and start a family. Your childish antics aren't helping the country." I don't know. Should I just unfollow him? Have you completely lost your mind now, or is this just for the memes? Andrew, you're just a leftist, and we have different political outlooks on the world. I said, I'll cook you on right-wing politics any day of the week. You just recently became right-wing because you can't LARP and grift left-wing politics anymore. And also the right-wing pays better. Also, you're Australian, so that means you're disqualified from American politics. I'm just being honest. I love my Aussies. Shout out to all my Aussies. But if you're like an Australian political influencer, I mean, I'm not. It's like reject. Like, you know, like opinion gone. Like, almost had it, but you know, unless you're like an Aussie that has the opinion that Americans need to fight against the Trump administration, or if you're an Aussie that's like, hey, you know, freedom's good, or if you support democracy in general, doesn't matter like specifics, but just like the freedom of, you know, freedom is good, not authoritarianism. So he goes, you're not an intellectual, you're like a former coke addict that makes YouTube videos or something. Yeah, yep. And he knows who I am too. He's trying to meme. And I'm a former coke addict, but you post like a current coke addict. That's wild. At least I have former in my name. Shit you post. Like you're on meth. I had many thoughts on abundance, so I accepted an invitation from the Atlantic where the movement was born to explain in great 3,500 word detail why it's doomed to fail. You can't vote your way into building bridges, fam. The abundance delusion. Back in July, following an 8-month fetishization of Luigi Mangione on the far left. Another gunman in New York City killed several people, including a mother of 2 school-age kids who happened to be at work at Blackstone. It was unambiguously a horrifying tragedy. But on the Luigi left, reaction to the gruesome murders was not only neutral or ambivalent, but celebratory. This was written on September 8th. I'm going to be honest, I forgot about Luigi until like literally right now. The Luigi left. Maybe because this guy's a billionaire media tycoon and he's personally triggered that Luigi killed a CEO. So like you're a billionaire and you probably are a CEO of stuff and that personally scares you. So therefore you're doing the thing I did with the black and Ukrainian person and making that issue as if it's the grander issue instead of just your personal issue because you're a billionaire media person and that triggered you because you didn't want to see people cheering on a vigilante murderer who killed that CEO. That's what it is. Fuck all this. Yeah, you're personally scared. I feel you though. I want to read that. Oh, the guy who shared my streams. By the way, hey, there would be no Mercado Media without Amiri King, chat. Yep. There would be no Mercado Media without Amiri King. Boy was up sharing my streams. That's why I have a lot of conservatives on my Facebook, by the way, because this dude and his psycho audience followed me because he kept sharing my shit. You want to know something that should make you very uncomfortable? White people are victims of black violence at insanely disproportional rates. Not even close. Black on white crime. A white person is 31 times more likely to be victimized by a black person than the other way around. Tell me we aren't being hunted. I think this. Where's the full thing? At this point, I need to see the whole video. Too many right-wing accounts using it. Literally, Drew. Literally. The one I've ratioed him on. Good ratio. Literally him. I just hate to do this. Bzzz. I feel bullied, really. This is what Trump supporters did in 2024. Kamala is just, I hate that I have to vote. Both sides. I wish both sides were better. Kamala would be just as bad. I hate that I have to do this. I hate this. Damn it. Golly, I hate that I'm Nazi shit now. Quit sending me this shit.
He was down there during batting practice, and he brought the copyright with him. Did he really? And he wrote out a entire.
Oh, nice. Oof.
That's great. And he snapped it. That's awesome. Yeah.
Brother.
Yeah.
Brother, you didn't. Why do we need to lick the? Why are we licking the fingers like that though? Boy, he's getting all the flavor. Boy's making sure every single morsel of flavor is getting sucked in. Holy. Hands down, Big Pharma is my favorite rapper. Trump and Melania alive and well on the golf course today. Suck on that shit, libs. I was hoping he had a new one. He had the Cracker Bro one. Merrick, your thoughts about Philly's Karen? I'm glad that the kid was given a bat and it was fixed, I guess. I don't care. Cringe. I don't know. I think the dad was just trying to. He was just locked in. He was like scared. He was just locked in on getting that ball for his son. That's all he was thinking about. Was like, I'm gonna get the ball for my son, and literally did that. And it was like watching his son happy he got a ball, and then he was like scared when she came up to him. What is it, Philly's Karen? So he wasn't even like, they didn't even do it to like whatever. Oh, nice. They have the Philly's Karen outfit. That's mine too. So it seems like the right outcome came from it. She literally is a Karen though, like Karen all the way. Karen haircut and everything. Full Karen mode. Now, one hand, you can be like, he took it from her because he went over to her area and walked back. But I mean, she should have been like, oh, he got that for his son. Like, that's fine. Instead of doing this. Like, if he would have just walked back and walked back to a group of buddies and be like, oh, I got the ball. Like, maybe that's different because that's adult on adult shit. But he went and got that ball for his son. Look at, he's happy. Look at my boy. I got a ball from my boy. Gave him look at my son. My son. He's so happy. And the son's like, who the fuck is this lady? Look at, happy, giddy as hell. Didn't even look at her. Not even looking at her. Literally locked in. Locked in. Got the ball. Yep. Skirt. My ball. Didn't even look back. Doesn't even know. Here you go, son. Thanks, Dad. My ball. Oh. Whoa. His reaction there was funnier than anything. Like, fuck, what the fuck are you? He's like, okay, damn. Like, cheer, take the ball back then. Fuck. Don't worry, Kyle. We'll get you ice cream. This lady needs this ball. Getting lectured. He's like, fine, have it. Goodbye. Has to deal with her. Probably yells at her husband all day. Oh boy. Yeah. I mean, she had the full Karen outfit and everything too. Like Karen jeans on, The hoodie under the jersey shit and the haircut too. Like full. But yeah, I don't have anything like I don't think the dad was trying to do anything mean or like was trying to steal that ball from them. Like he literally was just going to get the ball. Didn't even look at him. Here you go, boy. Here you go, son. And then was literally terrified. Out of nowhere. Didn't even expect that one. So that's my take on it. Other than that though, like that's I don't really care. I'm glad the boy got the bat and the Phillies took care of him though afterwards. That's cool. But yeah, when the ball gets hit and it goes into the stands, it's whoever gets the ball in baseball. Like if you get a home run ball and it's going out, but normal humans, if there's a child or a kid there, you let the kid have the ball. That's usually like the normal take there is like the kid gets the ball. Adults, it is what it is. Go to another game and go try to get another ball. Or you give the ball to a kid that's like next to you. But if it's just like adults, it's whoever gets that ball, it's yours all day long. Yep. 9 years ago tomorrow.
We are living in a volatile political environment. You know, to just be grossly generalistic, you could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
Hillary cooked. It's more than half. She was being generous on half too. It's like 90 at this point, 90%.
Right? The racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it. And unfortunately, there are people like that. And he has lifted them up.
Remember how much that was how controversial that was to MAGA? I do, because I was on the opposite end of this one. I was victims. Boy, we were victims, because I was MAGA at this point, at this time. 9 years ago. Jesus, we're almost at 9 years. Yeah. It was like that was the worst thing a politician's ever said. How could she? How could she call us deplorables? How could she say that? Then the MAGA owned that. We're like, we're deplorables. Look at us. We're a bunch of deplorables. We are. A fountain here in the middle of the city. Can't wait, bro. Got more Kingdom Come content. Yeah, this is happening too. Really quick side note. Donald Trump is putting his name on all of Joe Biden's infrastructure projects from his bill that MAGA opposed and said was socialism or whatever the fuck. So they took Biden's name off and Trump put his name on it. That's how it works, though. That's MAGA and Trump. Oppose it, and then when you win, you claim that you did it. Oppose it because you're the minority party and you didn't win, and then when you win, you take the wins that the other party did in American politics. But Democrats don't do that, and they need to. They need to. But the issue with the Democratic Party is you got. It's not really an issue, but it is. It's like a political issue. What is that? What is that? That looks like that looks like an AI generated Call of Duty gun. Really? Nah, that firearm threw me off there. What the fuck is that? How do you shoot? That's got to be AI, dude. It's a 50 submachine gun. There you go. A 12-7 a submachine gun from New Vegas. I want to see how that works. How do you shoot a 50 cal submachine gun? The hell is that like? Uh-oh.
Right, and the 22nd Amendment says you can only run for office for 2 terms.
True.
You think that that's cut and dry?
Well, that's what the amendment says, right? After FDR had 4 terms, that's what that amendment says.
Oh boy. Oh boy. He's gonna run for a 3rd, isn't he? Or like, oh boy, oh man. Gotta hit the gym. I at least can see myself getting into physical altercations with Trump voters. Like, that is probably gonna happen. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it. Like, there's gonna be like, I don't know what else, but I can see like physical battles with Trump voters happening. So I gotta work out, dude. I gotta be ready. I gotta get ready. Tonight, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene is coming on the Young Turks to talk about a major piece of news. Oh my God, dude. Is the Young Turks done? Oh my God. Hey, I can never claim I was a Young Turks viewer. Nope, I was on the right wing. Hey, at least I don't have all of my shit capitulating to the right. I came from the right, so there ain't nothing that I can see that from a mile away now. Damn, that's gotta suck if you're like on the left and then you see the Young Turks like right wing now. That's gotta be tough for you. Golly. What we're doing with foreign policy? I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. That's why I said this earlier, but there should be nothing driving the politics in America unless like literally unless Trump starts a war with and uses the military now. Foreign policy right now? Really? What is Hassan gonna? This Hassan's uncle. Is he gonna say, "Why are you having a Nazi on my?" Oh my God, bro. I support her. She didn't sell her soul. Is that the bar? Okay, we need to get one thing straight. If you are voting based on who AIPAC is donating to, you're cooked. Because you're gonna end up fucking supporting Marjorie Taylor Greene. What is going on in the left? What is happening? No fucking way, bro. Holy shit, dude. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Because she didn't sell her soul to AIPAC. That's a dub, I guess.
How could you say something against Israel? Israel is the Jewish state, the greatest state of all, the greatest state of all.
Two trash cans talking. I like that one. I remember that one. You said Marjorie Taylor Greene is getting smarter by the... No, she's not. She's finding a new crowd to grift because MAGA moved on without her. And she's not aboard the billionaire train. So she's playing the far left like MAGA did in 2024. And they did. Through Israel shit. Israel is not committing genocide in Gaza, the UK government concludes? Really? UK ignored obligation to prevent genocide, witness tell Gaza tribunal. The Times. Is this the Times of UK? Israel's not committing genocide in Gaza. Government concludes. A letter from David Lammy, sent when he was foreign secretary, says the war does not meet the criteria, though he calls Israeli bombing utterly appalling. Okay, well, I mean, the UK is just as involved with Israel as the US is, so not surprising. The government is not an international court. We have not and could not arbitrate on whether or not Israel has breached international humanitarian law. You can base it upon your own laws if you have them. You can't make a comment on this or cite the International Criminal Court laws, which I think the UK is under. UK is the UK under? Maybe not. Maybe they're not. Yes, they are. There you go. Yeah, yeah. You do. You're under the International Court, you morons. Have some more beans. Dude, mean. You can literally cite the ICC that you fall under. America doesn't. We're not in the ICC. UK is. Interesting. Secretary of Defense. Oh, sorry. Secretary of War. Sec War. Aboard the USS Dow Rapid Response. Because remember, Department of War now. Aboard the USS Iwo Jima, addressing America's warriors, what you're doing right now is not training. This is a real-world exercise on behalf of the vital national interests of the United States of America to end the poisoning of the American people.
How we doing, warriors? I think this might be the single most beautiful picture I have ever seen in my entire life.
Oh my God.
Looking out at these faces, looking out at this Caribbean, on a floating island of American power.
A floating island of American power. Incredible language.
On the front lines of defending the American homeland.
Well, that's what happens when you get a Fox News propagandist as your Secretary of Defense.
Make no mistake about it. What you're doing right now, it's not training. This is the real world exercise on behalf of the vital national interests of the United States of America to end the poisoning of the American people. How we do?
What? My heritage is Greek Cypriot. So you do Great Replacement Theory, you're not even like Aboriginal Australia. What the fuck? I can't stand people. Unless you're like Aboriginal in Australia, you're from somewhere else. The fuck out of here, bro. Same with Americans. Unless you're like Native American, you are from somewhere else. Okay. This is this chat. I mean, this is why I play 2K. That's why I play video games for hours and hours and hours and hours. Because it's like, you know, when does the good happen? When does good stuff happen? Huh? Could you imagine if Kamala and Tim Walz were president and vice president? What would we be talking about? Probably the next weapons shipment to Ukraine. I'd be covering Ukraine every day still. I'd be able to because there'd be relevant things to talk about. Well, we probably have some more infrastructure bills, probably have some more buildings built. Rural parts of states would get more internet because that was what Biden was working on or wanted to, but Republicans called it socialism. We wouldn't have the Department of War. We wouldn't have tariffs. You'd have people crying about Israel and Gaza. That would happen. That would still be happening. But beyond that, all the things inside of America for the American people would be at least on a path of a path that was good. There's so many things that need to be fixed. So I can't be like, it's perfect, nothing, no issues, none at all. There's tons of issues, so many issues, but we wouldn't be dealing with fascism in the U.S. like we are today. And that's just what it is. We wouldn't be dealing with any fascism. You'd have criticisms for sure of any support to Israel, but even that, I think, within the Democratic Party, at least now for sure, support of Israel is not the move at all, like politically. Like, I think if you have any Democrat that comes out in support of Israel, it's probably the end of their political career now in the Democratic Party. We'll see, though. We'll see. We'll see. Israel's pretty powerful. Their money. So we'll see. But I think in general, though, if like they're taking a stance of I support Israel, unless it's like I don't even know, man. John Fetterman does that. And he's like a super pro-Israel Democrat, but I don't know how popular he really is. I don't know if it's like how purple his district is, and if like we have to vote for him or we get a Republican or whatever. But that sucks. Oversight Dems posted another photo. Where? Oh, new page from Epstein's birthday book. Epstein and a longtime Mar-a-Lago member joking about selling a fully depreciated woman to Donald Trump for $22,500. Jeffrey showing early talents with money and women. Sells fully depreciated blank to Donald Trump for $22,500. Showed early people skills too. Even though I handled the deal, I didn't get any of the money on the girl. Wow. Is this for Melania? No, the trolls are done, guys. I haven't seen a mega troll in a while now. They tapped out. You guys beat them. And also, like, yeah, I mean, what do you say back to this? And what can you say back to this other than leaving and then coming back tomorrow when something else happens and then they can pretend this didn't happen? Wow. Incredible. Nice. House GOP putting her name, which at least they put her name. Trump didn't even put her name. Watching MAGA, who have enabled and cheered on Russia's war crimes, suddenly decide to care about Ukrainians over Irina Zarutska's murder is sick. Its opportunism to provide racism and frame support for Ukraine is performative. Literally. There it is. That's the real one, not the media shit that Uncle Samuel L. Jackson character was doing. Russians are bombing schools and killing Ukrainians in mass graves every day. And they say nothing. Or if anything, they excuse Russia for doing it. And the people that try to help Ukraine are labeled war hawks. Anyways, so we can leave it at that. We will leave it at that, y'all. Good day of stream today. 4 hours of it's a lot, but some days, we just got to get to it. I'm sure there's some more stuff too. And if I didn't have softball tonight, I probably would a little more, but we got softball and I got to go play. And also got the Vikings tonight. Vikings on Monday, freaking night football. Tomorrow, every Tuesday, we're going to have a sports segment at the end. Cause obviously you guys don't, you follow me for news, not sports, but, we have a fantasy football league. Okay. With 24 people from the community. And if you're just hearing about this now, then you're not connected to the community enough, and you need to fix that if you want to be. You're not plugged in enough. And I know I put all the effort into that. So if you want to be a part of the community, then you're more than welcome to join the Discord server and whatever you would like to do. But we have a fantasy football league, and every Tuesday I'm going to be posting, or not posting. Well, I'll post the scores too. I'll post the standings in the Discord. But I'm going to do a rundown at the end of the stream. So we have Monday Night Football tonight, so there's no point in doing it tonight. But tomorrow's stream at the end, I'll go over the standings of the league. Here it is. I have 2 leagues because so many people were interested. We have the Renegades Blackout League and the Renegades Gold Rush League. I have 2 full leagues of 12 people, so 24 people are playing fantasy football in the Renegades. And again, if you missed it, you got to join my community. You got to be a part of it. You can't be on the outside looking in. The Mercado media streams aren't enough, right? They aren't, especially since most of the topics we talk about is like viral breaking, and then they go away after a while. So my community will never go away. This shit's around. So we got full teams here. They got season stats now. Wow. So no, we don't have any standings yet because it's still Monday, but they'll get updated tomorrow. Here's the standings in this league. You got the Hammer, Steve, Timmy, Mrs. MOB, Waken MOB, Danky, Mod Danky, the Green Bull Packers, KGS Landscaping, Mod Ann from the gaming channel, Mod Kylie, and Nell in the chat are in this league. And then in the other one, you got, let me see here, standings. You got Ilex, Boodle, The Wolf, Lee's D&B, Wolfric on a First Date, Matthew's Monstrous Team, Tyro Corp Replicants, Bama Nation, the Montana Turd Nuggets, which is Tevo's team. We got Tevo. He's our Tevo McTevo. Nice. He's our fun Finnish friend who we play video games with every day. Chuck's House of Cards and Let Me See Your TDs. So we got 2 full leagues going. If you're interested, maybe we'll do more next year, but you gotta be locked in though. Okay, I'm not coming to you. You gotta come to me. I ain't going to where you're at. You gotta come to where we're at. Okay, we're on if we're not here on Mercado Media, I'm on my gaming channel, which is Mercado Gaming. If you guys are interested in gaming streams, I only really play with the people that watch. I don't play games with anyone else. I realized, I don't have like another streamer. Tevo streams, but he's in a part of our community, and everyone else they're all a part of it. They don't have their own thing, and like we just like connect only on the gaming stream. Like if you have video games and you like video games, we can squad up and whatever. I'm going to have a whole server for Battlefield when that comes out next month. So we'll be playing that. But I play sports games. I play shooters. I play story games. I mean, look at my last games is Death Stranding, Mafia, The Old Country, Metal Gear Solid, and 2K26. So I'm pretty all over the place when it comes to games. But I played NHL. That was fun. We played against Tim in NHL. Good time, but also this is a good way to get away from the news for a while. Okay? And even then, even on my gaming streams, like I'm looking at my phone and like looking at the news, or Nikki's posting on Facebook and telling me to look at it, and I do, and then I post it. So come and check it out, y'all. I mean, I'm not just here to talk about politics and news to you. I promise. I do that during the stream because that's what this Mercado Media platform is for, but many other opportunities to connect to the community and everybody else in it. Facebook's at 12,200 members, so let's get a big GG's to Facebook when it comes to my Renegades community on Facebook. Discord's at 4,500. If you guys want to join the Discord, I can do more on that than I can on Facebook, but that Facebook group is growing so big. Holy is it growing. It just keeps growing because of what's happening in the US. So follow on the gaming, follow on everything else, you guys. Also, if you want to watch my softball, I got so much content for you guys. Not even funny. That's so much shit. Renegade softball. That stream's growing too. I'm seeing that number go up. But this is where I stream my softball games. We haven't played in a couple weeks because we had Labor Day last week. But if you ever just want to hang out and watch a sports stream and watch me go touch grass, I do that. And you can watch us play, and I have the score on the screen and everything, so you can keep up with, like, what's the score? Where is it? Where is he? And I'm up to bat and shit. There I am. But I'll be out there, though, instead of here. You can see me in there. So if you guys want to watch that instead, Renegade softball, I'll put that in the channel too. So Renegade Softball, Mercado Gaming. Thank you, Aussie T, for the 28 months. I appreciate that. I got the links here. Links to the softball channel coming in, and also to my gaming. But you can search for it too. So either way, if you can't find it in the link, you can search for both Renegade Softball and Mercado Gaming. Okay, guys, and that's on YouTube. So I'm not doing a Twitch stream or Facebook stream. You got to come to YouTube for these. Okay, got to do it. So thank you guys for watching. You guys are great. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't. Follow all the pages if you haven't. And I'll see you guys tomorrow on the next one. Thank you to all the members. Thank you to the supporters. Take care. Trump, do fuck off. Peace.